freedom, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
So much breaking. Don't mess with my Melania. She's my favorite first lady ever. So I know Greg just blew me a kiss. But we'll get into Melania, that whole controversy, and why, of course, they need to apologize to her. Don't mess with my Melania. Hey, you. Glad to have you here. It is Friday. There's a lot going on. We'll get into everything with Trump, the trade wars. That's what they're calling it. Tariffs, the economy. Steve Witkoff, where is he? Trump's Middle East envoy visiting an aid distribution site in Gaza. And the New York Times writing to see the hunger crisis firsthand. But as far as peace in the Middle East, we'll be talking about that, or at least giving you some of those updates. We'll get into this whole report with Hillary Rodham Clinton, sneaky lion Hillary Rodham Clinton. And you know, we'll bring forth Philadelphia, what was going on right here, because I remember attending the DNC, Democratic National Convention, taking you back to that summer. Remember the summer of 2016, and how she apparently didn't think she could win. Because, you know, if you are a winner, if you have the heart of a champion and you believe in yourself, you don't have to cheat. Cheaters believe that they're not good enough to win, so they want to hedge their bet, whatever. And so I guess she felt like she had to cheat, Hillary Rodham Clinton, that she couldn't win straight up. So we'll get into that report and go through what Durham classified and now is declassified. But what we didn't know, it's another case of bias by omission. I want to get into this story because we think about here in the Philadelphia region, specifically Montgomery County, but the collar counties, if you want to call them, and making headlines on the Philadelphia Inquirer, all of our local news stations. We saw a market. Remember the Gigante market? And we saw people gathering, questioning ICE and making, yelling obscenities even to some of the law enforcement who showed up and took into custody some of those individuals who are here illegally, even though the feds had basically according to the grocery store, remember the story? The grocery store manager spoke to the media and basically said the feds gave them a heads up, knew that they had people who did not have any proper visa, had not even bothered to even, until they showed up, until the feds showed up, had not even bothered to try to get work visas, etc. So they really knew like it was coming, it was going to happen. And yet, there they were, these people that were here illegally amongst us. So the authorities came in and removed them. Where are those same individuals who show up here, who are the do-gooders, and say, oh, why are we doing this? And then hurl really ugly language and insults at the law enforcement, who, by the way, don't have a choice. They're tasked with coming in and doing their job. And this is across the country. Well, it's interesting to me that what's not a lead story is a very bad hombre, if you will, who was, in fact, removed from hiding in New York. And this is according to ICE right here in Philadelphia. So this is a Honduran fugitive, a most wanted. He's a top 10 most wanted, considered dangerous, considered violence. And this is from ICE in Philadelphia. Thank you for your service. Thank you, officers. We appreciate you. The vast majority of us who should not be a silent majority, we appreciate you. And I want to explain to you why. And this is an incredible story that you would think should be a lead story in our region and across the country. And I have to go searching for these stories. He's identified as Olvin Mauricio Martinez Coto, a citizen of Honduras, most wanted, by the way, removed and deported. Thank you to the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Officers Removal Operations, the ERO, right here in Philadelphia. Thank you for making us safer. And especially thank you for making our children, keeping our children safe and women across our region. You know why? Because this guy is a most wanted man, not just here in the United States of America, but in his home country. You see, that's a piece of this that nobody reports. A lot of these individuals who are being deported, their home country wants them. You know why? Because there are people who are victims and survivors or not survivors, maybe the families of victims who want justice. So this guy, Mr. Martinez Coto, is wanted in Honduras for aggravated femicide. This is a common theme that, again, we don't hear it in the mainstream media. What in the heck is aggravated femicide? So he intentionally murders women. You know why he intentionally murders them? Because they're women. Oh my goodness. This is a violent individual who fled his country because they wanted to put him through the justice system and punish him for his crimes. And so not only aggravated femicide, aggravated murder, these are the charges against this guy, also attempted murder and forcible home invasion. He faces up to 44 years behind bars in his home country, okay? And so the statement we have from our great Philadelphia Philadelphia Acting Field Office Director, somebody you've heard me interview, Brian McShane. Mr. McShane, thank you so much to Brian McShane. And we have to stop being so silent, about this story. I think whenever we hear about ICE showing up, I don't know, maybe we all need to show up and say, thank you, officers, for protecting and serving. Thank you, officers, because at that moment, we don't know what some of these individuals are accused of. But this guy, this is a person in his home country where they say this guy is a killer. And this is the level of what he's accused of here. They say this guy violently broke into a home and brutally murdered a woman and tried to murder another woman who, it's attempted murder. In other words, she lived. He had already been deported twice before over the years in both 2007 and 2019. But, during the Biden administration, he came on back. And so he never entered legally as well. Was here illegally. They booted him twice. He came back. And so thank you to these officers involved in a joint operation. And yes, it was ERO Long Island, Fugitive Operations, Homeland Security, FBI. The list goes on of all these different law enforcement agencies that had to be involved with this. And that's costly too. Right? We pay for that. We pay for all of this law enforcement to repeatedly deport individuals who during the Biden administration were allowed to just come on in and feeling welcomed. The quote here is, thank you. And thank you, Brian McShane. The quote here is, we will continue to seek out, arrest, and deport international fugitives. Let's set the record straight. The United States is not a safe haven for criminal aliens. And so members of the public with information about fugitives or any suspicious activity, please, you are encouraged to call the ICE tip line 866 DHS 2 ICE. So 866-347-2423. You can give a tip to their online sites, etc. But we thank you to our officers. Just wanted to highlight that and lead with that big story because nobody ever talks about that this guy, this aggravated femicide. And what is up with that? I mean, in some of these cases you say, all right, if they're attacking a woman, they're assaulting a child or a woman, why do they then have to just beat them to a point that they are unrecognizable? Beating their faces in. We saw that with Lake and Riley. We see this, there's this bizarre thing, and they call it femicide, where they're attacking a woman, They're sexually assaulting her, but then taking her life in the most brutal, unimaginable way and making her suffer in pain. And that's the kind of criminals that are in our midst. And that, thank you to Philadelphia ICE. Thank you to all these brave officers that are getting these bad guys out of our country. And nobody, why it's not a lead story. So we have to talk about it. All right, really quick here. Andrew Torres in for our great Dan Borowski, who's on special assignment. We have Jimmy Kelly. Jimmy Kelly reminded us on our group text, today is an important anniversary, so we'll talk about it in the history of talk radio. So we will get to that as well. I want to highlight and just begin the conversation if we can. I'll get to Melania, don't you worry. Andrew Torres, I want to get to the story that's the huge national story. It broke last night. And by the way, do you know that the New York Times, their lead, as of course they know it's a lead story, it's a huge story, when talking about this now declassified 29-page document that anybody can look at. And the New York Times headlines it, but then says that this is just another attempt to distract from the Epstein files. That's their headline. This story, which is a legit story, and they know that, so they have to put it on their, front of their, internet page at least. So they have to tell you, well, it's just another distraction attempt. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm smart enough to look at the Epstein story. I see Virginia Giuffre's family speaking out about the Epstein situation. I think we're all capable of thinking about multiple news stories in the headlines at once. But they have to just put that up there as their snarky little story because they were among those who kept telling us Russia, Russia, Russia. And so the media, especially the liberal-leaning media, pounded us over the head with that. Do you have a compilation by chance, Mr. Torres?
Yeah, we're still working on getting it.
Okay.
Yeah, but
okay.
Once we do, I'll let you know.
All right. So let's take a quick break. We will get to the story of a newly declassified document. This is a huge story, another huge scandal of what was omitted. And then the media ran with it. And now what's the media saying? After pounding us over the head for years, telling us Russia, 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 telling us about how Russia skewed the election for Trump and that basically the election was stolen. And now when this declassified report comes out, you know what they say? It's just a distraction. Nothing to see here, folks. Well, I disagree. So we'll talk about it and get your thoughts as well. 855-839-1210. We'll talk about this important anniversary, and it involves the late, great Rush Limbaugh. So maybe we'll have Jimmy Kelly does an incredible Rush Limbaugh impersonation that is his tribute. And Jimmy Kelly always talks about how proud he was to work with the late, great Rush Limbaugh. So we'll get all of that for you. It's a real treat on this Friday, a dreary Friday morning, but it's going to be a beautiful weekend as we're now cooler in the low 80s, sunny skies. What are you doing this weekend as we begin August? Where is summer flying? Hey, Dawn Stensland here at Dawn Stensland, 855-839-1210. Be right back.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees.
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch, no overdraft fees, no annual fees, and you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text early to 323232. That's early to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
DNK Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. DNK Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. DNK Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit DNK Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
This summer, Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill is bringing you spectacular savings and a great selection. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab, just $43,999. That's over 11 grand in savings. Or finance a new 2025 Chevy Blazer EV or Equinox EV with 0% APR for 60 months. Cherry Hill's trusted Chevy dealer. Online at HesterChevyCH.com. Call 856-406-6397 for details. Together, let's drive.
From your kitchen table to our airwaves, the Dawn Stenzelin Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Thank God it's Friday. TGIF. Man, did Greg Stocker make me mad when he said that about Melania Trump. There's so much fake news, and they really love to attack her, don't they? And so I love that the Daily Beast is the latest publication that has had to apologize to our gracious, beautiful First Lady. It's just so ugly. I always think to myself, could anybody possibly be consistent with regard to anybody who stands up for the fact that it's just really sexist to say that a First Lady is basically implying that she's some bimbo? It's just nasty. It's ugly. I also, since I was on the topic, before we get to the big story, which is this huge story, which is regarding Hillary Clinton and her alleged, I guess I have to say alleged, her alleged orchestration, lying, cheating, whatever, to try to muddy the waters. And really, to me, I think it's just a nasty swipe at President Trump. And isn't it amazing, that they would say about Trump that he's somebody who's the liar. He's the one who's fraudulent. They actually are, through their actions, everything they've accused Trump of being. And you go back over the years, that's what really strikes me about it. Mar-a-Lago. Think about the raid on Mar-a-Lago, which we've never seen the raid of a former president like we saw on President Trump. His residence, searching his home, his child who was underage, Barron's room and closet, Melania's closet. It's just weird. But when you really go through it, it's basically that they were looking in a mirror. All of these people, these nasty, lying, cheating swamp monsters, every one of them. And so they were looking in a mirror and calling out everything they are and accusing Trump of being that. And every piece of tangible evidence that I see over the years, it's kind of crazy. And you go, nope, they didn't prove that. In fact, they did that. Go through every scandal, every piece of this. And that's my takeaway from it as I look through it. By the way, as we look at the interim U.S. attorney in D.C., this is Judge Jeanine Pirro. She's the Trump appointee, right? Mandating immigration checks on all defendants. Just to wrap it up in a bow, talking about cooperation with ICE agents in Washington, D.C., because they were not, think about that, in our nation's capital, there was no coordination or cooperation with ICE. Another irony. And so this is the interim U.S. attorney, Jeanine Pirro, and she's been speaking out about this, but she has said that she's scrutinizing the immigration status of criminal defendants in D.C., which, of course, they were not looking at it. There was no coordination, and now they are. Just wanted to give you that heads up on that one as I round out. I'm looking at all the different stories of the day as we think about criminal aliens. And so this narrative that Democrats, as well as some media who are complicit, maybe some media, they're just not looking through the files or trying to find out the real story. But the narrative is that all of these people who are being rounded up and arrested and or deporting, all of them, these are innocent, hardworking people. They are mothers and fathers with children, and they're all just innocent, good folks who are being rounded up by ICE, and they're being deported, and how wrong this is. And so just understand that what they're not seeming to report on is what I led with this morning, as you heard me, talking about a guy accused of murdering a woman, torturing the woman, taking her life. And the motive was he hates women. And then the attempted murder of another woman. So we know of at least two. And so his home country, thanking our country, they must all think we're nuts. We're basically harboring, murderers, the worst of other countries, some of them third world countries. They must look to the United States of America in the last administration and think that is crazy. That is messed up. That's a beautiful country, America, and that yet they're Democrats. The previous administration was willing to harbor the worst of the worst, the most violent, vile people in third world countries, and denying justice for grieving families in those countries. Wow, that is messed up, and that's what's happening right here in the USA. All right, did you find that compilation by chance? Oh, that's all right. Let's get to the latest. Let's go to, do we have Tulsi Gabbard, that audio? And we don't have that. All right. Take you through the story. This is the New York Times, and this is what the New York Times, by the way, this is what they're reporting. So I'll give you their reporting on Durham and what they say. And this is a release by Tulsi Gabbard, again, an official release of information. And the actual 29-page report, they're calling it an annex, but it's a 29-page report that special counsel John Durham at the time had decided to hide from all of us, to classify it. And so now, thank you, under this administration was actually Grassley who declassified it. And it's disclosed so that we can see it. And any one of you, any one of us, you don't have to be special. We as the American people who paid for all of this, right, paid for the Durham report, we get to see it now. And so it has a series of disclosures about the Russia inquiry as, here's the next line, the Trump team seeks to distract from the Jeffrey Epstein files. Well, not really, because the Trump team has gone every which way to try to get out information on Epstein. They've said, we're happy to release the files. They have, they're under DOJ and all these different lawyers. They have made appeals to release every report that they can. The lower courts have refused to release those grand jury type reports. So this is the way the story goes. The Trump era special counsel who scoured the Russia investigation for wrongdoing gathered evidence that undermines a theory pushed by some Republicans that Hillary Clinton's campaign conspired to frame Donald J. Trump for colluding with Moscow in the 2016 election. And this is newly declassified information in this 29-page report. Again, you can look at it. So if you look at the first, 3-4 paragraphs in the award-winning New York Times, you would infer that this is all BS and there's nothing to see here. And so it's information in this report to the special counsels. It was a 2023 report, but it was taking you back to these emails and information and tangible evidence. And it says it reveals a foundational document for that theory was most likely stitched together by Russian spies. The document is a purported email from the summer of July 2016, that Mrs. Clinton had approved a campaign proposal to tie Trump to Russia to distract from the scandal over her use of a private email server. So what they're alleging is that these emails are not, in fact, from Hillary Clinton, but that they're fake emails. But then when you go through here, and again, you can look at this and tell me if I'm looking at the wrong thing, but I think it's within the first 4 pages, what they determined was, and it's in here, that the feds and the experts determined that there's no real way to confirm what is a real email, because remember the bleached, scrubbed server of you-know-who, HRC, Hillary Rodham Clinton. That's what I see here. And so the question is, well, were these her emails? Is there any other way to confirm it? And so basically what I infer from the whole thing, just to wrap it up, is that in fact, because her servers and everything that were in a basement and they were bleached and they were scrubbed, because they couldn't verify it or they couldn't confirm it, they just decided, well, nothing to see here. It could be Russian disinformation. And so now they're releasing all of this so that you and I can look through it for ourselves. What you see in here is that there's a little cozy relationship between all of these people, between government officials, people like Hillary Rodham Clinton, Obama, who gets briefed, all of these different officials, cozy relationship, a lot of confidential conversations, that's what they're saying, between all of these different and some of them at the highest levels, as well as the then chairman of the Democratic National Committee, Debbie Wasserman Schultz. And then all these different individuals, the Open Society Foundations, all these people who had all this access to top level officials. That's what I see here. And these confidential conversations, as they are talking about the media, talking about strategies, the allegation here is that Hillary Rodham Clinton herself was complicit in this. And so they basically say nothing to see here, put a big stamp on it and say, well, this is classified information because, it could have been the Russians. Wow. But why not just release all the information at the time? I mean, why not release all the information and then make that explanation? If you're the one in charge of a big report, then why not go before a committee, release all of it, declassify it, and then say, well, you see these emails? These emails, which sure look like they come from Hillary Rodham Clinton herself, but since we can't verify it, it could be this, it could be that. How come they didn't have the conversation? I'm just asking for a friend. How come Durham didn't answer questions about it? How come? It's an honest question. If you're the one, who's in charge of objectively investigating and trying to vet all of the information, why not? And so they just buried a lot of things that I find very interesting. Because to me, it looks authentic, doesn't it? And what about all these other people? Because, you could argue that you could get all these other people together and get them under oath, and you could ask them if they had the conversation. You could look through the records because there are references to different meetings. So you could see, well, we have this date of such and such email. Let's try to cross-check it, right? And let's look now. Who was meeting where? We know who was in the White House. We know who was briefing Obama at this time. Who was in that meeting? So there is a way to cross-reference. So either you believe that this is just lazy or you believe something else is going on here. I'm just saying. And then they also mention, so the memorandum states that Clinton approved a plan proposed by one of her foreign policy advisors. This is Julianne Smith, by the way, to, quote, smear Donald Trump by magnifying the scandal that was tied to the intrusion by the Russian special services. And this was pre-election to benefit the Republican candidate. And the translated draft memo stated in part, quote, according to data from the election campaign headquarters of Hillary Clinton, obtained via the U.S. Soros Foundation, on July 26, 2016, Clinton approved a plan of her policy advisor, that's Juliana Smith, who we mentioned, and this is to, quote, smear Donald Trump by magnifying the scandal tied to the intrusion by Russian special forces in the pre-election process to benefit the Republican candidate. And then it goes on that the theme of Putin's support for Trump to the level of the Olympics scandal. This is one of the main, what page is this? Page 7. That this is one of the major points when they say to the Olympics scandal would divert the constituents' attention from the investigation of Clinton's compromised electronic correspondence. It goes on to say by subsequently steering public opinion toward the notion that it needs to equate, quote, Putin's efforts to influence political processes in the U.S. via cyberspace to acts against a crucially important infrastructure. And so that would force the White House to use more confrontational scenarios vis-a-vis Moscow that as a whole suits Clinton's line of conduct. So it goes on here. My takeaway is more than just the fact that they omitted this, but that as well, you look at the cozy relationship between all of these different major players. And so to me personally, I'm glad that it's transparent. I think we all deserve to look at all of this, have the conversation. But as we talked about earlier, if you want to go after somebody for doing this in a criminal manner or a civil matter, the laws, there's a timing issue with what you can't, it's not legal anymore to go after these people. For me, do I think anything will come of this? No. Is there a valid argument to then say that we should not be allowed to see this as the American people? No. We need to have transparency. The truth matters. 855-839-1210. Beth Ann Rossica, our great PhD, Dr. Beth Ann Rossica, our education specialist. We'll talk about the state of education. School just weeks away, back to school report. We'll think about all of that in her latest piece. Be right back.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Hi, I'm John. This is my wife Lisa, and we have been with Crash Proof since 2021.
I always felt very risky being in the market because if the market crashes, you lose everything you worked your whole life for. With Crash Proof Retirement, in 2024, we earned 14%. In 2025, the market has gone down, but we still didn't lose that interest that we earned in 2024. It gets added to my principal, and that becomes my new principal.
I love it, man. Every year I start with a new high. I have more money than last year, and I have a whole nother year to make more, hopefully, but I guarantee not lose money, and that is what I love. I get to keep all of my money in my system, and we never pay fees. I don't know where you can find that anywhere on this earth, but I found it here and I'm pretty happy about it.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on August 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
When my business was taking off, our old phone system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch Watch. Heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
I can't believe it's August 1st already. Summer flying by. Before you know it, we'll be back to school. And thinking about getting ready for school sports. I know a lot of sports teams are already gearing up for right around this time. You know, maybe it's the last week or so of vacation because a lot of the sports teams have been working out, and then that gets pretty intense in about a week or 2 or 3. So we thought we would check in since it's thinking about back to school time almost with Dr. Beth Ann Rosica, PhD, Broad and Liberty, about your latest piece thinking about Title IX in light of back to school. Hey, Beth, happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Dawn. Great to be on the show.
Absolutely. So I think last time we talked, you had alluded to the fact that you were working on this next upcoming piece and, you know, just want to, on broadandliberty.com, want to go through it and get your take on the state of Title IX.
Sure. So what's most interesting right now is that last Friday, the federal government, the Office of Civil Rights through the U.S. Department of Education, issued a really big ruling. And I find it ironic that really none of the mainstream media in Pennsylvania is covering that, but that's, you know, typical, par for the course from what we typically see. So what this ruling said was that there were 5 school districts, large school districts in Virginia, that had policies that allow boys to use the girls' bathroom. Basically, the policies say that kids can use the bathroom of their choice based on their gender identity. And many of these school districts also allowed boys to compete in girls' sports. And there were parents who filed complaints with the Office of Civil Rights at the U.S. Department of Education. And they concluded that investigation. And last Friday, they issued their report that basically gives these districts 10 days to voluntarily agree to a proposed resolution that removes all of that language. The feds basically said that you are in violation of Title IX if you recognize gender identity as a protected class under Title IX because it's in direct conflict with protecting sex-based protections. So this is a really, really big deal. And I wrote an article last week or the week before where I looked at every single school district in southeastern Pennsylvania. So in all the collar counties, Chester, Montgomery, Bucks, Delaware, and Philadelphia, all 60 some odd school districts. I went through every single one of their policies, and 63% of school districts in southeastern Pennsylvania are currently in violation of Title IX based on their policies on this issue. So if Pennsylvania is looked at some point in the near future by the feds, all of these school districts are going to be found in violation. And I think this is a really, really big deal, and it should be a wake-up call to school districts locally and across the state to say, you're not in compliance and you could very well risk federal funding.
And so with this, and it's broadandliberty.com, Beth Ann Rosica, the feds declare bathroom policies illegal. And through Beth Ann Rosica's research, 63% of Philadelphia area schools could be next. And that's the question here, because depending on which school district it is, we've seen some who have said they're going to comply with everything. And then there are others that are, I think, they're bolstering for a battle.
Yes, I agree. I think that there are many local school districts that are doubling down. And it's not just the school districts. As I point out in the article, Pennsylvania as a state is in violation of Title IX. The Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission has regulations that includes gender identity as a protected class. And many school districts refer to those PHRC regulations as the reason why they have to allow gender identity as a protected class. So I really think that this is going to come down to a clash between Shapiro and the Trump administration and they're going to double down. And Shapiro, even just recently, last week, it was reported that he was silent on the issue as to whether or not he would sign the bill, Senate Bill 9, which is basically saying that, boys can't play in girls' sports. Now, remember, I'll remind your listeners that years ago, Shapiro posted on then Twitter that, trans women are women, pass it on. He has been very vocally supportive of transgender rights and allowing these kids to use the bathroom of their choice, to play in the sport of their choice. He's called the bill cruel, but now he's saying that he has not specifically read the bill and that it won't ever make it to his desk. And I talk about this in the article, that I think that he planned this perfectly because the bill passed the Senate, which is, of course, Republican controlled. It's now in a House committee, and that House committee is majority Democratic. So that bill will never get out of committee. It'll never. And he knows that. So he knows that, he can use his political maneuvering to stay silent. So by staying silent, he thinks that he's, protecting his base, those, from the transgender advocacy side, and his Democratic progressive side, but then he thinks that he might not aggravate more conservative people because he's not saying, no, I absolutely won't veto this. But I think that he's now caught between a rock and a hard place, and ultimately I think it's going to hurt him because he's not going to make anybody happy.
And you write, Bucks, Chester, Delaware, Montgomery, and Philadelphia counties enacted all different specific transgender policy that grants students the access to the, quote, bathroom of their choice. We've heard that a lot. Beyond that, you go through all the numbers. Great job and a great article. But I think the one that strikes me, Beth Ann, is that you find that there is a number where they actually declare the trans or the transgender kids are in this special class of their own, and they've given them this special status. What is it? Another 13 schools or 13 districts. So what does that mean? I mean, they've gone like above and beyond.
Well, yeah. So there are, the way that I describe this is that there are districts who are completely doubling down, and really, in my mind, it's just such virtue signaling. So actually, 40% of local districts, like you said, allow kids to use the bathroom of their choice, but it's even stronger than that because they have an entire policy called transgender and gender expansive students. So districts, and my articles lay out which school districts have these policies and which don't. But I think this is a really strong statement that 40% of local districts have a policy specific for transgender kids. And it not only says that they can use the bathroom of their choice, it says that parents are excluded from this information, that the parents don't necessarily have a right to know if their child wants to be called by a different name, be referred to as a different gender. They go so far as to say that the district should take every opportunity to eliminate segregation based on sex. I mean, these are the words in this, that we should not have sex segregated activities. So, that includes athletics. That includes the bathroom. That could include sex education or health class. I mean, it's gone so far. The pendulum has swung so far for such a small percentage of kids in schools that we have an entire policy to say that there really is no difference between men and women, and that, we shouldn't segregate kids based on that. And I find that very, very troubling. And I think that it's much more so here in southeastern Pennsylvania. I actually just looked at Lancaster County's policies, and of their 16 school districts, only 4 had policies that allowed kids to use the bathroom of their choice, but none of them had like this hardcore transgender and gender expansive student policy. So this really is a phenomenon here in southeastern Pennsylvania. You see it splattered across the state, but really it's concentrated here in southeastern Pennsylvania.
It must be something in the water. Since you talked about Beth Ann Rossica, since you talked about gym class and locker rooms and bathrooms, things like that, I just wanted your take on the announcement that has just come. What was that, yesterday? The announcement of something that, up until the Obama administration, we did have this the fitness test. Every school had it. Every kid had it. And it was really promoting fitness for kids. And then over the years, I'll say, I don't even know when it happened, where they started lessening lunch breaks and recess. And even in some schools, they've gotten rid of the concept of recess. So just your thoughts on reinstating that.
Well, I think that it's really important, particularly today in our hyper social media, internet age, that all of these kids, I see it with my own kids, how much time they spend on devices, that these kids need physical activity. They need exercise. I laughingly remember, I'm old enough that, I did this a long time ago, but I remember the presidential physical fitness test. And I remember, because I was not a particularly fit child, but, I had to do the push-ups and the sit-ups and I had to work at it. And I think that every child should be challenged physically, and kids need recess time. They need to be outside. They need to be running around. And we've just done so much to close their world. Some people think that being on the internet expands their world, but I really think that it closes their world, because there's so much that you learn on the playground. You learn how to deal with conflict resolution. You learn how to, figure things out and disagree. And, I want this piece of equipment. You want that piece of equipment. There's so much that's learned on the playground that, doesn't always need to be mediated by adults. Kids need to learn how to mediate that stuff, but on their own. But in terms of the fitness tests, kids need physical activity, and they need to be healthy. And, we don't need to make fun of children who are overweight. They don't deserve to be bullied or any of those kinds of things. And at the same time, we need to encourage people to be healthy and develop good lifelong habits.
So true. Beth Ann Rossica, broadandliberty.com. Check out her latest piece and latest investigation. Great research. Thank you, Beth Ann. Thank you so much, as always.
Thanks, Dawn. Have a great weekend. Take care. Bye-bye.
Too. Happy Friday. So, if you have any thoughts on any of those topics, I just thought it was relevant because I remember, the question I had for President Trump when he was on the campaign trail was specifically about protecting girls and women's rights when it comes to bathrooms, lockers, Title IX here in Pennsylvania. And remember what he said on day one, that he promised he would do everything in his power, the executive orders that he signed and protecting girls and women. Is, Paula Scanlon was there, Riley Gaines, and so many were there from across the country, and it was just a great moment. I just want to give you the heads up that this battle is just beginning here in Pennsylvania, even though a lot of people think, oh, that's over with, and they're going to, it's all back to normal. Nope. As you just heard Beth Ann Rossica say, she's done her research and the due diligence, and this is going to happen. It's going to be a battle. And we'll see court battles, and we'll see people picketing and saying, oh, they're trying to ban a certain group of people or bully a certain people. That's not what this is about. It's protecting the rights of women and girls and privacy rights. That's what it's about. And so we have to be ready for this. It's coming. So there you have it. And she gives you the tangible numbers on everything. So we'll get to it all. 855-839-1210. It's Friday. At Dawn Stensland on X. We're on the YouTube chat. For those of you there still, thank you for being here today on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. All right, I got to talk about my guys, my friends from Marvin Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. We have that Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning mini split. It was installed by Marvin Cans. Great job. And specifically for our lower level where we have the studio, the office. And so you think about studio equipment, especially camera equipment, audio, visual equipment, all of that equipment. It's really important that you have that constant temperature and not too much humidity, because you know how funky the equipment it gets finicky. So here's the thing. Thanks to this mini split unit by Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning, man, it's just, you go down there, it just smells good. You know, before it was like a little mildewy kind of a smell, especially during weather like this where we had all the rainfall. Nope, that's not for us. It just smells good. And the temperature, a constant, about 71, 72 degrees. It just looks good. It feels good. It has been a total game changer. So specifically, it's for these areas, hard to reach areas, maybe that don't have the proper duct work. That's what this is all about. And Marvin E. Cans, and you got to visit them, Marvin E. Cans, KANZ.com. Marvin E. Cans, my guys, they're always going to go the extra mile for you. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Liquor and wine will likely get more expensive next year in Pennsylvania, and residents will have no choice but to pay the higher prices thanks to the state's monopoly on alcohol sales. The PLCB, Pennsylvania Liquor Control Board, which says is necessary to cover rising warehouse costs. Pennsylvania is such an archaic system, and the fact that they have a monopoly through PA, I guess I'm never going to get a fine wine and good spirits endorsement after I say all this, but then again, after 3 years, I figured it's not coming anyway.
Start your day with Kale & Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Hi, it's Tom Giordano, and it's here. Rescue Natural Supplements' biggest thank you for the entire year. Their customer appreciation sale is on, and it's about delivering the best deals and quality products for you. Right now, stock up and save a whopping 50% when you mix and match any 5 or more Rescue single bottles, plus your order will ship for free. Just use the code VIP50 at checkout, whether it's omega-3s, cholesterol support, joint health. It's all there. It's your chance to feel your best for less. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-LIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. And if you're new to Rescue, well, now's the best time to give them a try. Digestion, sleep, energy, it's all covered. Again, use that code VIP50 to receive 50% off and free shipping when you mix and match 5 or more Rescue Natural Supplements. Use that code VIP50 at res-q.com.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts. The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Changes in your forecast. We'll get into why Grassley declassified the Durham report. There's so much developing locally, nationally, statewide. Stay right there. At Dawn Stensland comes right back.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text early to 323232. That's early to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about a company that doesn't just do business in the area. They are an actual part of the community. Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is family-owned and operated and local for more than 35 years. They treat your home like it's their own. Roofing, siding, windows, and doors, Emmons does it all. And with their Owen Corning Platinum status, you're getting lifetime protection. Don't mess around. Trust Emmons just like I do. Call them today at 855-4-EMMONS or go to callemmons.com and tell them I sent you.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Home title theft. It's on the rise and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert. And that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Trump and tariff news, how many jobs were added to the U.S. economy, some economic news. We have storms that really ravaged our area with a lot of flash flooding as we look to the sun coming out and a beautiful weekend ahead, but still some residue left over airport delays. So if you're heading out, if you're flying out, you just want to check on the domino effect because we had a lot of canceled flights, some 100 delayed or canceled flights last night and this morning due to all those flash floods and the storms. Hope you're doing okay. And then, the Governor Josh Shapiro, as well as many advocates for recreational marijuana, are really shaking their head today because adults in Delaware, one of our other neighbors, can now buy recreational marijuana. So that also is making headlines. Hey, Dawn Stensland here, 855-839-1210. If you want to join in, we're on YouTube as well, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But starting today, woohoo, buy recreational marijuana. I'm not like a marijuana gummy or whatever person, but if that's your thing, you can now buy recreational marijuana in Delaware, not medical, recreational. And so this is something that in Pennsylvania, as these budget deadlines loom and really impact, for example, many services here in Pennsylvania that they're threatening are going to be shut down, whether it's public transit, whether they're school services, human resources type services. But in Pennsylvania, they've wanted this, especially Governor Josh Shapiro, to try to balance out the budget and pay for things. And now Delaware gets it. So Delaware, New Jersey, basically all of our neighbors except us. I'm not sure that I'm for it, but I think the attitude is, well, if you can't beat them, join them. I think a lot of people want this. I still think what could possibly go wrong, as when you're driving and somebody just seems a little buzzed, I just have to wonder if it's a gummy. Might not be booze, might be the gummy that they're on, or whether it's recreational or whether it's medicinal. So we allow the medicinal, obviously, as you know, here in Pennsylvania, but literally all of our neighbors allow recreational, medicinal, they do it all. And you're talking big bucks that they're raking in the dough. And in fact, that was one of the statements from Governor Matt Meyer, saying Delaware has taken a major step forward by launching a legal adult use cannabis market that this is what the first thing is. You know what it prioritizes? What do you think it is? What do you think the number one thing that Delaware's governor says? Equity. It's all about equity. What a BS answer. Equity, safety, and accountability. This new industry will generate critical revenue to strengthen schools, infrastructure, and public health systems while creating real opportunities for entrepreneurs. And it also, and the revenue of, legal weed allows them to invest in communities most impacted by the war on drugs. How ironic, addressing past wrongs and ensuring that the benefits of this new market reach every corner of our state. So they're very proud and they want you to imbibe, or rather toke. Yep, Delaware, just soak it in. Legal, it's, if you listen to people who talk about drug use and the so-called gateway drugs and all of that, and now they're saying, nope, nothing to see here. It wasn't a gateway. I just think they want everybody medicated every which way. So whether it's medical marijuana, they want you to use recreational marijuana. This is what they're basically, the government is now a bunch of drug pushers. And I just think it's the wrong way to think about things. That's just my take on this. But man, what a reversal. You think about the 80s, the 90s, the war on drugs. Nope. It's in fact, it's not the war on drugs, it's the welcoming in of drugs. And now this is the government that's the drug dealer. And I'll just say to you, then why is it that right there on I think of my kitchen, my front little window ledge, and I have the basil, right? You have a little bit of thyme, little parsley. Like I have them in cute little jars that the kids painted, when they were like in, first and second grade and even kindergarten, having those cute little pots. Why is it then that you're not just allowed to have a little plant like you do the basil in your little kitchen window? And why not have that as an organic little plant? How come they don't allow that? If it's not bad, why not? And you could just, sprinkle it in, I don't know, your pasta or your muffins or whatever you're making. Just sprinkle a little of that stuff. How come they won't allow that? Because it's not really about anything else other than the desperation for them to balance their budgets. It's about the money and raking in the money. That's what that is. So they lost the war on drugs as far as with the drug dealers, and they just want a piece of that pie. They want a piece of that pie, I should say. 855-839-1210. All right, as we talk about, I want to just go back for a moment as we think about the reaction today to this Durham declassified report. And I want to round this out. And I want to get your take and your thoughts on this. So I want you to think about what's happening. That last night, they decide that they want to release this information. And Senator Grassley is the one who releases it and declassified it, I should say. And so there was some coverage on, and this is a Fox News interview, by the way, because of course Fox covered it. And like I say, to their credit, the New York Times, everybody's reporting on it, but they're poo-pooing it. And they're essentially saying right off the top, nothing to see here. And so I have a problem with that, because why don't they just let you decide? Why don't they just let you see the information, you decide? But they don't want you to do that. So let's listen in now. And this is, we're gonna take this in as it's, let's go to, first, this is Senator Grassley as he's explaining the report and why he wanted this to, and feels it's important that you and I and all of us, America, that we should be able to see this. He starts out by thanking certain individuals. So let's start there if we can.
Attention to the burn bag to me for the first time, and I'll leave that up to the FBI to describe, but I think it's evidence of the great depth that the deep state will go to cover up weaponization that was going on in the FBI and the executive branch of government generally under the Obama administration. And I want to thank Kash Patel of the FBI and Pan Bondi, our Attorney General, for releasing these documents, because after 8 years, and it took us 3 years to get this information, but after 8 years, I think we need maximum transparency on all the schemes that were going on 10 years ago to either stop Trump from being elected or after he was elected to ruin his presidency. And that's what this Durham report is all about. And it gives information that Comey FBI had 8-10 years ago that they never followed up on. And it actually brings attention to the fact that there was either a Clinton conspiracy to make this happen, or a Russian disinformation. But either way, it was an attempt to stop Trump, and it also proves that the FBI had a hand in it. And now, after these 8 years, 3 years of my trying to get the document, we know that there was the Steele dossier paid for by the Democrats and the Clinton campaign, that it was all effort of total distraction, and to make it look like Russia was playing a very major role in helping Trump to be elected. And now we know none of that was true. And now with this Durham report annex out, it finally proves that the FBI was covering up.
Wow. Okay, here is what we've got from a source with Fox Digital. Let me go ahead and read this statement. It just came in. Ultimately, the release of the classified annex will lend more credibility to the assertion that there was a coordinated plan inside the U.S. government to help the Clinton campaign stir up controversy connecting Trump to Russia. You essentially just said that, Senator. That's what I heard from your answer. Sir, is there a smoking gun in this?
Well, I think the smoking gun kind of dovetails in with things that Tulsi Gabbard has put out in the recent 2 weeks and things that we had with the Crossfire Hurricane Index that I released a couple weeks ago. Kind of all dovetails into the same thing, but it gets back to the fact that whether you have a Republican or Democrat administration, that there's cover-up, and we shouldn't have transparency, or the public's business ought to be public, and what the FBI does ought to be public as long as their investigations are done. Or if they aren't investigating, if they aren't doing their job, then it should be exposed, and this Durham Annex exposes that.
Okay,
so I'll just take it from there. I'll stop there if we can. And so just bring down the audio right when it's done, if you could, because I want to get through this quickly. So the release of this report, 29 pages, you can look it up yourself. It's all over the internet, as you see so-called mainstream media as they basically say nothing to see here. And so you hear Senator Chuck Grassley, a longtime Republican, doesn't always agree with Trump on things. And in fact, this morning there was some back and forth where he was talking about Senate confirmations and so on, and pushes back. So he's kind of, I'll say like a stubborn guy who stands his ground as far as the Iowa Republican, Grassley. I will say that what strikes me about that interview is it was a breaking story. He agrees to come on Fox News. He's talking about this, but he never says, hey, I just wanted transparency and this appears to be this, or this allegedly, looks bad, or we want to look at this. That's not what he's saying. I mean, it's definitive. And he's saying this was a lie and this was perpetrated. And they were basically colluding and working together to bring forth this false narrative and lie to the American people. And that there were individuals at the top levels of our government who knew this and realized it. And so he's not saying this is like a maybe or alleged or purported. That's not what this is. He's saying this is the deal. This is the truth. And that these individuals, you always hear Comey's name right in there too, and others, but that these people knew and they went along with the lie and never followed up on what they should have. They never did their job. In fact, they never did their jobs, and that they were just basically saying, nothing to see here, and we'll just cover it all up. So I just want you to think about that and think about what would have happened if this administration if Trump hadn't won. We would not be having the conversation, because you don't know what you don't know. I think that's ridiculous. And you know what? I'm not somebody who wants to go after people, but on this one, to be lied to by people who we paid. So we paid for these lies. I want my money back. I want a rebate on all these lies with these people. It's the same usual suspects. So yeah, I want them charged. I want transparent public hearings. I want them under oath. I want all these people called up, and I want a trial. I don't want some circus show. I don't want like they did with all of it. Remember J6, and it was really not official to me, and they brought in Hollywood or TV producers. I don't want any of that. I want actual people under oath. I want serious people asking serious questions. I don't want theatrics or made up videos with music and put a show. I don't want this for entertainment value. I want it for the value of the truth, and have real prosecutors up there asking the questions. That's it. Get them under oath, ask them tough questions, and line them all up. And they need to know that they have to be accountable to the American people. We deserve at least that much after they lied to us for years. It's ridiculous. 855-839-1210. We are fired up and we have a lot to share with you. A 911 call that you got to hear. Be right back.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
James Clapper tried to get ahead of the story because they've got an op-ed
15 million potential new voters. They knew what they were doing when they were sending them in the middle of the night to Logan International in Boston, to other airports, and then somehow they show up in North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. What do those 7 have in common? Well, spank my ass, they're called swing states.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chevy.
You deserve the best, and the best pick-me-up is a Tastykake treat. Whether you need a quick snack for the kids or a tasty little moment for yourself, we've got something for everyone. Tackle your errands after enjoying delicious crimpets with smooth icing and a perfect cake. And mouth-watering peanut butter candy cakes are just the right size for getting things done on the go. Find all your family's favorites in stores now. Nobody does it better than Tastykake, except no substitutes.
This summer, Hester Chevrolet is bringing you spectacular savings with a great selection. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab, just $43,999. Originally $55,962. That's over $11,000 in savings. Finance a new 2025 Chevy Blazer EV or Equinox EV with 0% APR for 60 months. Hester Chevrolet, Philadelphia's trusted Chevy dealer. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeart Radio app.
Man, I'm fired up today. I think I'm going to blame Greg Stocker because he said Melania Trump's book that Sarah Weiss gave to me on our Great Italy trip. Sarah, I love you. If you're watching, listening. And I love Melania Trump, as you know. Her first book, by the way, more than 4 million copies, like 4.7 million copies. New York Times, Amazon, whatever, bestseller. The second book, more recent, last fall, it's doing great. And he's like, oh, it only sold, what do you say, 17,000 books? Ugh. Don't talk about Melania, people. So, your thoughts on, as far as this Durham report? Do you care? Do you care about it? Maybe I'm more fired up than the rest of you. I'm not sure. 855-839-1210. The New York Times, I told you, their headline says the Clinton plan emails were likely made by Russian spies. A declassified report shows. So essentially, they're saying that this is all about the Trump team trying to distract you from the Jeffrey Epstein files. You know, to me, I think it's relevant and pretty scary, even if you believe that. Okay, either way you look at this, the fact that Russian spies allegedly made emails that looked like Clinton was planning this, isn't that relevant too? Either way you look at it. But for them to say nothing to see here, for Durham to classify it and not want us to see it, why didn't they want us to see it? So We'll leave it there. 855-839-1210 if you want to comment. All right. Let's go to, Andrew Torres, thanks for being here. I still have to get to Jimmy Kelly. I hope Jimmy's listening because we do want to get to an important Rush Limbaugh commemoration, if you will, Rush in Heaven, because Jimmy had a great point about what today is an anniversary for. But we have Andrews in for Dan Borowski. This 911 call, this is a disturbing story. So I want you to listen to this and understand this is a 911 call. There's a music festival. This is Cincinnati, Ohio. And then you're going to hear J.D. Vance, our vice president, speaking out about this. I know Vivek Ramaswamy, who has been speaking out about this because Vivek, as you well know, is from Ohio, wants to be their next governor, would be a fantastic governor, in my opinion. But listen to this 911 call after this, and they're calling it a brawl. It's not a brawl. This is a takedown that ends up with a man down on the ground being kicked and trying to fight for himself, and then a lady who is a KO punch, who by all accounts from the video did nothing, and this man, big man, comes up to this woman and just boom, pounds into her face and knocks her out cold. So this is the 911 call.
Cincinnati 911, what is the address of your emergency?
4th and L, please.
Okay, can you repeat the address?
4th and L.
Okay, and what is your first and last name? And what's a good callback number for you? Can you verify it, please? Tell me exactly what happened.
Huh?
Tell me exactly what happened.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Tell me exactly what happened.
There's so much people acting crazy.
There's what's going on?
Few fights here and there, let's put it this way. Some people just acting crazy. Yeah.
So there's just people fighting outside, is that correct?
Yes, it is. Yes, they are.
Okay. And this is going on now?
Is anybody injured?
Yes, it is.
Are you at that location now?
Yes.
Are any weapons involved?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Is anybody injured?
How many people are involved?
At this point, everybody's spraying out. So
is anybody on the ground bleeding,
20,
injured?
30 people, but everybody's obviously.
But everybody's what?
Everybody's walking away at this point.
So do you still need police to respond out if everybody's leaving?
Some people are leaving, some people still here, yes.
So how many people are involved?
I think initially by 30, and we're down to about 5 or 10. They're still here, yes.
All right.
Is the disturbance physical or verbal?
Physical.
I've had it with if you're the 911 operator, rather than ask all these other things, did I miss it, Andrew? Did she ask, are there any injuries?
No.
Did she ask that?
No, not that I hear. And later on in the call, it kind of just repeats itself where she's asking about, she keeps asking, do you need a police presence? Do you want the police to show up? And there's never a clear answer.
That's so weird.
Just doesn't say anything about it.
But the weirdest thing to me of all, I would think the first thing that you're going to ask, are there any injuries? Are there any people injured? Is
Right.
everybody okay, right?
Do you need emergency services?
Right. I didn't hear her ask that. It's bizarre.
Nope. It's crazy.
It is. All right. So get with it. I mean, even if you report an accident, the first thing they usually ask you is, do you see any injuries? Are there any people who need help? What's that? We'll want to get to a caller? Michelle? All right. 855-839-1210. If you want to call, we have Michelle on the line. Hey, Michelle.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, Michelle. Yes.
Hi, great. So I think this is the most important story that's ever happened, and the news is the media is so complicit, which is why they're not reporting on this. But aside from the fact that it was 2.5 years of nothing getting done in Congress and $40 million for the nonsense Mueller report, Trump has alluded to this also. We need to understand who changed the policies with Israel, and obviously Russia invaded Ukraine under Biden. October 7th happened under Biden. There's a lot of dead people and a lot of wars that were started. We need answers to this. There's nothing more important. And as far as I said to the screener, I'd be gentle about this, but the texture of my neighborhood the streets have changed dramatically, and there is this very intimidating and obvious burqa-clad Muslim presence all over the place that, again, has started since October 7th. So we really do need answers to things because this isn't right. There's a lot of wrong things going on.
Yeah, that's a great point, Michelle. I agree with you. It's just bizarre to me that more people aren't talking about this. And I fear that, like a lot of these stories, I don't know, because it's not viral on TikTok or something. People aren't talking about it. We deserve the transparency, even if here's the thing. In news, in the bulk of my career as a news reporter, and if you don't know this, the bulk of my adult life, I went to journalism school, independent, registered independent. Nobody knew my politics except in my family, of course. So the fact that I'm very conservative, I am a conservative. I'm, as I used to say to Zioli, who kept saying to me when I started here 10 years ago, I'm coming up on my 10-year anniversary, and Zioli would say, you got to come out of the closet fully. You know what I mean? Because for conservative women, we've had to come out of the closet because they went after us, right? But as an independent journalist, as a news reporter, I always learned, go where the story is. Ask the questions. Just go for the story and go for the truth. And there are not just two sides to every story. There are multiple faceted angles of every story. Go after the truth. The truth will set you free. But in all seriousness, I just think that every indication to me, when looking at this entire, now having, looking back at years of this, is that it was basically, you had all these different people, Republicans too, because we had the swamp monsters, the bureaucrats, the never Trumpers that I've talked a lot about, right? And so they don't want us to know the truth. And they think we can't, like Jack Nicholson, you can't handle the truth. They think we can't handle the truth. The New York Times apparently thinks that we can't, in our minds, because we're all idiots, I guess, we can't juggle thoughts about 2 different or 3 different or 5 different stories. No, we can handle it. Let us know the truth. But see, they didn't want to open up. They wanted to shut down this report. They wanted to close it. And I thought democracy died in darkness. Think about all that they put in the dark. Think about all they classified rather than declassified. And like Michelle said, we paid for all of this. We paid all these people. So yeah, I think that I want to start docking pay. I want to start pulling their money and their pension and all of that. I think we need to do that. By the way, Pennsylvania right now, if they can't get together a budget, figure out what it is. $100 a minute, $100 a day, every one of them. You can't figure this out? Because for you and me in our jobs, if we're not getting the job done by the deadline, we're in trouble. Half the time we're fired. So we do need, and this is the Doge culture. This is a new day in America where we need to hold government employees as accountable as we ourselves are held in the private sector, because they're not held accountable. It's just horrible. As far as the Cincinnati story, and I just wanted you to hear at least this one guy. I'm going to give him credit. He's answering the question of the 911 call operator, who I think is not well trained, because the first thing she should have said is anybody injured? Did you witness anybody getting injured? And then if he says, yeah, there's a lady on the ground and she's it looked like she was unconscious. Now somebody's trying to help her up, but she's in rough shape. Then you would have had an eyewitness account of at least the lady being struck. And she is still recovering from head injuries, her entire face, especially the right side of her face, her neck just covered in bruises. And earlier we told you about the fact that they're saying what some of the family members are saying in defense of these individuals, especially the man who delivered that KO, that knockout punch to a woman much smaller than him. They're all saying, well, this is racial. Well, no, it has nothing to do with ethnicity. When you have an unprovoked attack, and I'm specifically going after the single mom, she's been identified as a single mom that Vivek Ramaswamy talked about. No, when you go after a woman who did nothing to you and she's actually just reaching in trying to help somebody who's down on the ground, and she's punched in the head, one punch, and she is knocked out and unconscious. You can see blood pouring from her head. Nah, that's aggravated assault. And that's what's happening, by the way. So now that these individuals are charged with felony charges, they now are saying, well, this was racial because some of the individuals being punched and attacked, especially the woman, well, she's a white woman. Has nothing to do with her ethnicity. It has to do with an unprovoked attack against a much smaller woman and a man, very strong man delivering this KO punch to her. That's what it's about. Unbelievable. 855-839-1210 doesn't fit the narrative. You and I both know if that was a man of any other ethnicity to an African-American woman, I'd be saying the same thing. Of course I would. That's horrifying. We'll take a quick break, get your thoughts, and we'll be right back.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you're bummed that the summer's flying by, here's the best way to extend summer. Book a fall stay at the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May. Cape May is beautiful in the fall. The weather is tremendous, the beach is beautiful, and there are fewer crowds. The Grand Hotel has several special packages to make your getaway even grander. You can book a Grand Escape weekend this fall and earn resort credits. Make it a September to remember and book a September stay. Still earn resort credits and save 10% off room rates. Just check out their website for details. Remember, always book direct with the Grand Hotel for the best rates and the resort credits. The Grand Hotel is also the perfect place to host a wedding, baby and bridal shower with 4 ballrooms. They have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. Call my friend Caitlin. She was just named 2025 South Jersey's Face of Weddings. She'll help you plan the wedding of your dreams. 800-257-8550 or visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com. Book your fall getaway today. grandhotelcapemay.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or place stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text early to 323232. That's early to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
At California Sidekicks, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
I don't know if I'm in the right career. Ew. Or the right relationship.
But whatever your life dilemma, at California Sidekicks, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Sidekicks. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
So a lot of response about the 911 call there in Cincinnati as a woman recovers from her head injuries. No word if she has a concussion, but we love it when you give us some feedback. 855-839-1210. Christine is in Bucks County. Hey, Christine. Happy Friday. Hey, Christine.
Yes, hi.
Hi.
Hello?
Hi, Christine.
Can you hear me? Sorry, Don.
I
No,
hear
I'm in
you.
Lafayette Hill, so when you said Bucks County, it threw me off. I apologize.
I'm sorry.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning,
That's
Lafayette
okay.
Hill.
You know, I get in the car and I'm turned on the radio listening to, it's always set to 1210, and I swear I didn't listen to any news, social media posts this morning, so I really don't even know what happened, but all I tuned into was the caller calling 911, and I was appalled at basically this guy's complete inability to describe what it was that he needed.
Yeah.
I mean, are we dumbed down that so much as society that we think we just call 911 and something instantly happens? I mean, I remember being a kid. Don, you and I are about the same age. I'm a kid. You learn in first grade what to do in the house when the fire. If you need to leave the house, go to the neighbor's house and dial, the fire department and tell them where your address and what's going on.
Yes.
I mean, this guy couldn't say there's 30 people on the corner of, Broad and Walnut, and I mean, he wasn't even, guy didn't have a fire under his butt. I don't know. Like if I see a car accident, I'm a little fired up. I'm like, hey, I need, I just witnessed a car accident. That tells 911 immediately. You need cops and an ambulance. I mean,
so true.
Are we that pathetic that we can't even call 911 anymore? It's really sad.
It is. Christine, thank you so much. Happy Friday, Christine, my fellow 39-year-old wink wink friend. As we turn to David, our friend David in South Carolina. Hey, David.
Hey, Don. How you doing?
Good. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, I had this issue a couple times down here, and it's more about dispatch in general. And I'll give you a story. One time I called about a person on the side of the road that looked like they sort of needed some help. And this was on a bridge going over one of the canals going outside of Columbia, South Carolina. And so there's no address. It's not like 123 Elm Street. And the lady kept asking for an address. I said, ma'am, I know that's a question you got to ask, but I'm telling you, there's no address. It's 126 outbound. That's the best I could do. So the thing is, I think they've got like a script that they've got to go by, and that's what needs to change. And it's not just a problem with that city or any other city. It sounds like it's national with 911 or any other dispatch.
Yeah.
Is they're given this list of things to ask, and they don't make sense. And the caller, he should have been a little more direct. Say, look, ma'am, there's a big fight going on. You need to send police right now. And instead of all this, him hauling around.
Yeah.
He could have been better too. But yeah, this is a bigger problem, I think.
Well, David, thank you so much. We always love to hear all your insights. David and Christine, closer to home. Thank you so much. And you're right. The only thing I will say to all of this is that I do give this gentleman credit for at least he called. At least he was concerned with seeing this very violent, take this attack. And can you believe with that attack at that level where you had two people on the ground and especially that woman and only one person called 911. You have all of these videos going viral, which will become evidence. But only this one gentleman, he's the only person who bothered to even call 911. And it also strikes me the 911 operator's like, well, if they're all leaving, do you really need anybody to show up? We don't have many police because, defund the police. Or you know what I mean? That was the sentiment that I felt. And there was not this urgency. So, yeah, but great points by Christine and David. Really appreciate you. I know Jimmy Kelly is busy doing because he's not only taking your calls and he does call screening, but he creates actually the podcasts and all the stuff from Kale and Company that you have online. So all that online content and whatever that he's busy doing. But Jimmy Kelly, you're so thoughtful. And I know you were touched by the fact that you actually worked with Rush. You're one of the people that had the blessing of working with him back in the day before he went to heaven. And Jimmy in our group text during Kale and Company had reminded all of us, to Nick Cale and Greg Stocker and myself and Phil Lomquist and Andrew Torres, that today is really a day in history, if you will, in American radio and broadcasting. Jimmy, did you want to share that?
Well, it would help if we turned that microphone up and we look paying attention.
I tried to give you this great intro.
I know. And I had the wrong I had the wrong fader up, sorry. But so today in 1988, August 1st, is when the Rush Limbaugh show went national. Rush had a lot of success at a local station in Sacramento, KFBK, back in 1983 or 84. Things were really starting to take off, and that is the day, August 1st, that he began to syndicate his show to America. Now, I don't know when he ever got to Philadelphia. I know he was on another station here, WWDB, back in the 90s, and in late 2000, he came to this station. And when I began working on day shift, my job was to run the board, not particularly for Rush, but to make sure that the Philly feed was running smoothly, because Rush had a lot of fans in Philadelphia. When we had to preempt him for Phillies baseball, the phones would just ring off the hook of very upset people who were, "Oh my God, you're canceling Rush. Is it a liberal conspiracy?" No, it's not a liberal conspiracy. We're just going to Phillies baseball. But people really loved to listen to him. And one of my great Rush stories is not so much about meeting Rush, but yeah, that is definitely a great story. But one of the great stories is, as I'm standing in line to meet Rush, there is a woman who's taking photos of people who are meeting Rush. And who knew years later that me and this woman would be very good friends? It was Ellen Kaloja.
Oh, we love Ellen. And she's now on Fox 29.
Yeah, who's now on Fox 29. And Ellen was taking these photos of everybody standing in line to see Rush. And a few years later, she came to WPHT. She looks at me and says, "I don't know if you remember me, but I was taking photos of Rush with everybody." And I said, "Yeah, you were the one with those really bright lights." And my eyes kind of went crazy for a few days. And after that, her and I became very close and very good friends. And during the time of running the Rush Limbaugh show, I started to develop an imitation of Rush, because he would just come on and he says, "My friends, I think we're doomed. The Democrats are going to kill us all. You know it as well as I do, and I want you to buy my book. It's called I'm Right, You're Wrong, Deal with It." Because let me explain something to you, my friends. The reason why this is happening is because Bill Clinton, and this is back in the 90s, Bill Clinton, you couldn't help but hear about Clinton because he was all over the news. "My friends, did you hear what Bill Clinton did there? Did you hear what Bill Clinton did there? And don't forget, my friends, today is America Held Hostage Day number 485 of America Held Hostage."
Thank you, Jimmy Kelly.
Yeah.
I love it. And we love Ellen, too. But thanks for reminding us. August 1st, 37 years ago
37
today.
years ago, yeah.
It was the big debut.
And I think that, sadly, when you look at it, I think the station did the right move in not replacing Rush with something that was syndicated. And one of the sad things, though, is I think it took the death of Rush Limbaugh for this radio station to realize, it's time. We can't run with this. We got to be local. We've got to really focus on local talk. So.
Yeah, and that's why we love that the great Dom Giordano is coming up at noon.
I mean, replacing Rush with Dom was a really great move. I thought it was a great move to replace him with Dom.
Well, not replace.
Well,
you can't say replace.
Well,
we'll be following in his footsteps. But to have it change from a nationally syndicated to Rush Limbaugh to our local, right?
Yeah,
our local good guy.
I think it was the mindset that really got people to say, "Hey, it's time to move on. We're not going to make the same mistake that we did when Howard Stern left. It's time to move on." And they did, and the rest is history.
Yes, here we are. We have Dom time now. Yes. And right now it's time to take a quick break. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
One more time, Zioli Army. We get to become the Zioli Navy and storm the beaches of Cape May for our final summer broadcast at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey on Friday, August 15th, 3 to 7 p.m. You don't need a ticket. You don't need a reservation. The show is free. So come on by 3 to 7 p.m. Friday, August 15th at my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. Let's make some final summer memories together. I'll see you August 15th.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Strong storms led to widespread flooding and water rescues throughout our area. There's dozens of flight cancellations and delays at PHL Airport. Recreational marijuana sales start today in Delaware. Victims of sexual assault in New Jersey can now track their cases thanks to a new database.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus, offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chevy.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. How's this for a novel idea? Book your next office, bachelor, bachelorette, or private party at Bob's Little Sports Shop in Glassboro, New Jersey. Bob's offers men and women trained instructors, private and closed events they can host up to 30. Book a smaller group, 10 or less during business hours, and have your own instructor for shooting range fun. Just call for pricing and details. No alcohol or drugs permitted on premises. Ladies, call Bob's now and register for their women's shooting event August 10th at 1 p.m. Bob's also offers private and group lessons on introduction to firearms, shooting and cleaning classes. Bob's instructors are certified NRA and range safety officers. Firearms ID cards are not required for anyone attending events, and no previous experience is necessary. Bob's also hosts shooting events throughout the year for anyone interested in learning about proper firearm ownership. Visit bobslittle-sportshop.com, bobslittle-sportshop.com on Delsea Drive in Glassboro. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeart Radio app.
Yesterday, I had really gone through that news conference, a major undercover sting operation in Florida. You heard Sheriff Woods just going off on the media and their questions. After it was revealed, they made all these arrests, which are up to some 48 of these perverts arrested in these sting operations as they were predators of children, 7 of them illegals. And then all the reporters asked was all about, well, what about ICE? What about the due process for those accused, et cetera? It was unbelievable. I don't know if that has to do with Governor Ron DeSantis today going off about illegals and what's happening in this country. But listen to this rant.
The things that they are passionate about have nothing to do with Americans. They are very passionate about allowing people that have come to this country illegally to remain indefinitely, and even running interference for criminal aliens. And so we have angel moms in Florida. I mentioned the Rep Michaels. These Democrats have never done anything to show any type of sympathy with the victims of illegal immigration. They devote all their energy and attention to protesting people who are trying to solve the issue of illegal immigration. And I've just noticed that. I don't see them fighting for the citizens. I see them fighting for their own ideology. And their ideology is not effective or popular. And we may get a good glimpse of that if this guy gets elected mayor of New York City. I can tell you that. Not going to end up well if that happens. But man, this is really what they care. They really care about an open border. They really want people to be able to not have consequences for coming into the country illegally. And I just think it's bizarre.
So that's Governor Ron DeSantis. That just happened about 12 minutes ago. Just wanted to give you that info from the White House. It's official that Trump's signing the executive order modifying reciprocal tariff rates, resetting decades of failed trade policies, America First. That's one of the latest from the White House as they push this out on social media, August 1st, Canada front and center. The final thing I wanted to mention to you, because you heard me interview Michael Whatley, and he was at all these great Trump Force 47 meetings leading up to the past great election, right? And we got to know Michael Whatley. Of course, you know Linda Kearns quite well, working on that team for election integrity. So now there will be a new RNC chair teaming up, but Michael Whatley is now, as you know, from North Carolina, and so he's running for Senate in North Carolina. We want to watch that. I saw President Trump sending out a lot of fundraising information and making that big announcement and endorsing, of course, the great Michael Whatley did a terrific job as he was the chief election integrity officer leading that charge. And of course, again, our great Linda Kearns, we can't say enough about her. Dom Giordano, we've been talking about you this morning on an important Rush Limbaugh debut anniversary back in the day, 37 years ago. I know you have a great Dom show ahead.
Well, thank you, Dawn. And we actually had Rush Rooms. We went to Seafood Shanty's, a name for the past, and listened to Rush Limbaugh while eating flounder.
Oh,
I'm not making it up.
Night.
Yes.
The stuffed flounder.
The stuff, of
it's
course.
Lunchtime, you know.
Of course. Dawn, we have Congressman Perry coming on.
Nice.
And I have a continuation of the story yesterday of Lincoln with Lincoln High School. So many people here illegally. They have a name for these schools that are being inundated in Philadelphia. Got this from a source. We'll unveil it. It's hard to believe what they're calling them.
You got to listen to this. The Great Dom Show just ahead.
When my business was taking off, our old phone system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Oh, filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork.
Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai with code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Welcome in. Loaded up today. 22 trailers. Ever see these trailers? Picture 22 trailers up there at this eyesore in Mayfair. And people are finally becoming aware of this. So I got a tip that what they're calling schools like this, like Lincoln, has become newcomer academies. How do you like that euphemism? I wonder, sitting around the Board of Education, give that man a bonus. Let's call them newcomer academies. Think about that. Now, this is just the illustration here locally of what has gone on nationally. And I plan to expose this as much as possible. It's just the picture of what's happened in America due to Joe Biden, due to Democrat policies. And a lot of these people on paper in Northeast Philadelphia are Democrats. Are they going to wake up and ask themselves, which party, who is it that ends up with messes like this? Is it just out of the blue that suddenly Lincoln has 1,300 or so too many kids? Does that just happen? No. It's a bizarre of all nations up there in Northeast Philadelphia, and I believe a lot of it is people that are not here legally. We had a caller yesterday, Frank from Ben Salem, who is a PIAA referee. He's told at a soccer match there, well, don't be saying anything in English to some of these players. They won't understand you. What? Yeah, just think about it. You're a taxpayer. You're in Northeast Philadelphia, probably trying to stay away from some of the worst of Philadelphia. You're still plagued by Krasner, crime, idiots saying, let's have subways all the way up to Roosevelt Boulevard. Oh, yeah. All the stuff on the boulevard you have to deal with constantly, with the speed traps, the red light cameras. And then you're told your kid is a freshman at Lincoln. He or she will be having lunch at 9 a.m. This year it'll be better. He or she, if they're a freshman, will be in 22 trailers. Newcomer academies. Now remember, when they put it out in print, I told you about it. Newcomer academies. It just rolls off the tongue, does it not? As exactly what this is about. When do people connect the dots and say, one party does this, one party is all over this, and the other party, at least in Trumpian years, is trying to dig out of this mess, trying to roll back what has been created here, like newcomer academies. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210, and we'll get you on board. A couple of other things that caught my attention. Told you last night. Well, first of all, let me pick a bone with Billy Joel. Now, I like Billy Joel. Henry, I don't see you as a Billy Joel guy. Andrew, I'm not sure either. Are you a Billy Joel guy at all?
I wouldn't say like I'm anti-Billy Joel, but I'm not oh my gosh, the way some people.
He's had 33 hits that are in the top 40. So, yeah, there's that. Several songs are really good. But Billy Joel ought to stay in his own lane. And I'm going to address this because I happened to be flipping through HBO the other night. He's got a documentary out there, and it shows the rise of Billy Joel, how many tickets this guy has sold to outdoor concerts. And it's unbelievable. I think he's sold out. Probably, they say New York, but I guess it means Madison Square Garden. He's got a streak going of, it might be 40 times. That's pretty hard to do. So in this documentary, a woman writing at the Federalist writes, look, nothing against Billy Joel. I don't have anything either. But in the documentary, he spends time talking about what he did when he went on stage after Charlottesville, what he wore to signify that he was Jewish, that he was supportive. Okay, that's good. But then he launches into what the hell kind of president do we have? And this is a recent documentary, meaning President Trump. How does he say there were fine people on both sides? He said, sometimes there are things that happen and you can't just look away. So if he was talking about the people at Charlottesville, I get it. There was one side of that. But we all know, and of course, I saw a Sunday morning interview. Look, full disclosure, I have a feud with those guys Sunday morning. They bumped me when Queen Elizabeth died. I haven't forgotten about it. They were out here 90 minutes, Henry, in that big room down there with big cameras and guys firing all kinds of questions. I thought I was going to get 3 or 4 minutes. Queen Elizabeth died. That's it. Never to be seen again. It was like an attack on talk radio. So the guy interviewing him, and in the documentary, nobody says anything. My point is, this is one of the worst examples of something that's out there that is become a matter that these people all believe. If you're a talk radio listener, this show, or in general, you know, Trump took quite a risk that day by standing in the lobby, I think it was, of Trump Tower, taking on all comers and all questions. And we know the full statement of what he said. I'm not going to replay it and go through all of it. But we know the context was there were two groups of very fine people. He meant, and he specified, we're talking about the people protesting, wanting those statues, the Robert E. Lee statue, to be taken out, and those who think that's a part of history, it shouldn't be taken out. Now, there were the maniacs running around, the tiki boys, one guy with a blowtorch. They had baseball helmets on and stuff like that. And the problem of that day is the state police under the governor didn't move in and stop them. But Trump didn't say anything, say, oh, these are very fine people, the tiki boys. Yet Billy Joel not only thinks that, says that, but he gets away with it all over the place, even in a big HBO. Where are the fact checkers on this? My point is there are any number of things the other side can joust with Trump on. But stuff like this is just not true. It's just not. And if it gets said long enough, and if you have enough ignorance like Billy Joel, I'm reading an interview with him in Variety. They don't correct him. They don't say, well, you know, Billy, is that really so that they write, sometimes things happen and you can't look away, he said, wearing a Star of David on his suit during his Madison Square Garden concert a week after the rally in silent protest. I had to do something. I was angry. And then he says, and Trump then comes out and says there were very fine people on both sides. He should have said, those are bad people. Does anybody at Variety or any of these others say, well, maybe not? No, not at all. All right, last night, you can call it dodging a 4-year bullet. Kamala Harris on with Colbert. And I want to talk about humor on late night TV because Gutfeld is going to be on with Jimmy Fallon. And I think that's a great move by both of them. It's all about audience. This sanctifies Gutfeld. After all, the numbers don't lie here. As part of the fraternity, Fallon is smart to bring him on, and Gutfeld is smart to go on Fallon. Genius. Jon Stewart, who Charlemagne, you'll see it tomorrow night with Laura Trump, says that's the guy who ought to run for president. Remember we went before that with Jon Stewart? Oh, this guy, he ought to be running for president. He says Gutfeld is popular just because he's unrelenting and just the same targets night after night. And we've talked about this. It is a phenomenal thing that Gutfeld has done here. And going on Fallon shows that they recognize this. Does it tell us that maybe Fallon is saying, whoa, I don't want to be canceled either? And maybe there's something here. This is my opportunity to branch into it. It's a smart move to put on someone like this. I told you for Politics and Pints, I'm pursuing John Fetterman. I think it would be incredibly smart for Fetterman. I know it's incredibly smart for me if I can get Fetterman to come to an event. Oh, can't do that. You'll hear some voices say, he'll trick you. Fetterman's going to trick you. No, Fetterman's not going to trick anybody. We're going to agree on Israel, but there are areas that he is far left. So if that happens, I think it's a win-win for both sides. Anyhow, I said yesterday, you watch on Colbert. Colbert and Kamala Harris are going to be up to one thing. She predicted when she ran what Trump would do. They went one better of that narrative. They said it, and then she talked about essentially, and I'm going to play the cut, even I could not, I am shocked at something, even though I predicted this, this is even more than I could have imagined. Here's what she told Colbert.
Just say this. You are correct that I did predict a lot of it.
Ah, there it is, prediction.
But, Stephen, what I did not predict was the capitulation. I didn't predict that.
People would roll over for this president.
I didn't see that. I didn't see that coming. And perhaps it's naive of me, someone who has seen a lot that most people haven't seen, but I believed that on some level, you know, there should be many who consider themselves to be guardians of our system and our democracy who just capitulated. And I didn't see that coming.
Do you think, I mean, you must have some still connection to what's going on in Washington. Do you think that these people think that they can just ride out the storm and everything will be fine on the other side?
I think there are some who do. And I think that it is completely naive. I think there are a lot of people who think they're riding out the storm as an excuse to be feckless.
Feckless, there's a new word. Wow, feckless. Wow. High class, yes,
and,
feckless.
You know, this is a time for people to, you know, I mean, look, we designed our democracy with 3 independent, co-equal branches of government. I mean, when you see that the President of the United States is trying to get rid of the Department of Education, and Congress has the role and responsibility to stand in the way of that, and they're just sitting on their hands and then they go on recess because they don't want to deal with transparency?
Oh, what an audience. This is comedy gold here. And we'll play you a little bit later on if you missed it. The cackling was unbelievable. Now, look, I don't think it's sexism. A cackle is a cackle. And I think women's laughter can be so appealing. And it can also be the cackle. Hillary has a bit of the cackle, but Kamala Harris, all-time cackler. They went even one beyond what I said. I knew they were going to do this narrative. We predicted this. But then they said, no, we're going to say we couldn't have predicted this. So who's the savior? Kamala Harris is going to go on a 2-year listening tour of America. She'll be the savior. All right, side question. We went back and forth. You know what? I have to stop this because I'm up, Andrew, last night for like an hour. The side question usually just comes to me. But after Henry comes up with the girl next door, I start trying to build a better atomic weapon here.
It's only going up from here now.
I'm going arms race going. In Utah, I'm going back and forth. My trash can's filled with stuff.
Yeah.
But then I happen to see J.D. Vance, I think, to the rescue. He had a great line. He talked about being a VP to Trump, and he said, you know, this is relatively easy. It's like backing up Tom Brady. You know, you're not getting into game. Wow. That was the line, backing up Tom Brady. All right. And, you know, Brady, if you're the backup quarterback, you could be bad. Picture the ultimate. Tom Brady's on the team, and the backup is Nick Foles, standing there grinning. Yes. So we are looking, not as a backup per se, but as like a junior partner, a sidekick, if you will, all-time sidekicks. Now, I'll take off some of the big ones like Batman and Robin. Robin's the ultimate one that comes to mind. Real or fictional? Nick Foles, I wouldn't like to have backing me up. He's too nice. Yeah. And you know what he's going to do if he gets in there? Not for the whole year, but in small sample sizes. Mm-hmm. He just goes nuts.
Yeah.
He'll either throw 7 touchdowns or win you a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
He can't be the starter for the year, but, you know, if he comes in halfway through, towards the end, it's money.
Exactly. And I'm going to take Spock off. I never interviewed Nimoy. I've interviewed, of course, Captain Kirk several times. And he spoke of him as kind of a sidekick, almost on the same level type of thing.
Yeah.
Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, so I'll take 2 fictional ones off the board here. How about Nick Bradshaw? That name ring any bells to either of you?
No.
What about the nickname Goose from Top Gun?
Oh, there we go. Yes,
obviously
Goose.
the partner to Tom Cruise's character, Pete Maverick Mitchell.
Okay.
You know, he's such a good sidekick that 36 years later in the sequel, Tom Cruise is still thinking about him when he goes up in flights. The other one I'm going to take off is Turtle from Entourage. Loyal sidekick to Vincent Chase, his driver for many, many years. And what does he get for being that loyal to somebody that famous? Well, he ends up striking a deal with a tequila company through the contacts he's made with Vince over the years. Hits it big, becomes a multimillionaire by the end of the show.
Several sidekicks in there, but I think, I take your point. He didn't get beaten up by, what's the name, did he, in that Ronda Rousey? No.
Oh, yeah, that was him.
Oh, it was him?
Yeah,
it was Turtle that was dating
he
her?
wanted to go on a date with her, and he said, all right, 60 seconds in the ring.
Yeah, with the ring with me, yes. Then Ronda Rousey got knocked out. Thank God the series was over by then. Okay, Andrew, what's yours?
So I got 2. I got a real one, and then I got a fictional one. The fictional one, you were talking about Robin being the sidekick to Batman.
Yes.
The guy for Batman who is also kind of a sidekick but doesn't get as much attention is his butler, Alfred.
Okay,
it's a really good one. Raised him and all that good stuff. The real one, I would like to say it's a food, French fries. Goes with anything. Yeah. Goes with burgers, goes with pizza, goes with sandwiches, goes with anything.
The French fry is the sidekick. Yeah. It's not the star. The French fry is the star. I have a thing about potatoes, as we know.
I'm with Andrew on this one. French fry is only the star in what? Maybe a Permane Bros sandwich or
chili fries.
But
when you
poutine.
think, I won't speak for anybody else.
Crab fries. Yeah, shameless plug.
Yeah, but it's like when I think of French fries, like you think of a cheeseburger. What goes next to a cheeseburger?
Yeah.
When you think of a cheesesteak or something.
Fun with
no, of course,
that was a brilliant observation. Take the next segment off. Not really. That was a good observation. All right, that really. So, being Trump's VP is like being the backup to Tom Brady. J.D. Vance. I wonder how long he worked on that one. Hit us with that all-time sidekick of any sort, real or fictional. And as far as Lincoln, people in the Northeast really have to be in an uprising over this. Newcomer Academy, a newcomer academy. That's the new euphemism. 22 trailers, 9 a.m. lunches. And they're going to tell us about Trump's America, how bad it is. Well, who brings you that? The Democrat Party. The Democrat Party in Philadelphia, Sanctuary City. That's what brings you newcomer academies and 22 trailers. Mayfair. Wise up and take a look at voting for somebody else. All right, 855-839-1210 at 12:30. We'll talk with Congressman Scott Perry, who is a major target of Democrats' big election. Even though we're not anywhere into 2026, it's coming. All that straight ahead.
Rich, Zioli,
This was viral. This went everywhere. The sandwich snatcher. Has this ever happened to you guys, by the way?
Not a sandwich, but I've lost French fries.
Yeah, French fries 100%, but not a full sandwich.
Like from your hand while you were eating it?
Well, from the cup. I think it's happened to me twice, actually, now that I reflect upon it. Also, a seagull once pooped on me, so I've got bad blood with the seagull community.
That seagull did the right thing.
Don't encourage them.
That seagull is my new favorite seagull. I wish I could beat that seagull. Shake his wing.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. And on the free Odyssey app.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text early to 323232. That's early to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
From now through August 31st, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. That's right, you could pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to get this great offer. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more, 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Everyone knows champs come from Philly, like the delicious and unbeatable Tastykake. Think about it. Mouth-watering candy cakes have a creamy layer of peanut butter filling on top of a delicious cake, all enrobed in a delicious chocolate coating. And let's talk about crimpets. Oh yeah, I love crimpets. A uniquely shaped fluffy cake topped with a delectable layer of smooth and subtle butterscotch icing. They're a home run every time. Whether you're rooting for the Phillies in the stadium or from the house, make sure you've got only the best treats on deck. Tastykake, accept no substitute.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeart Radio app.
All right, it is Dom time. Congressman Scott Perry here. A little bit later, we'll have Dom's Money Melody and a couple of other things. We'll get a winner of the week. But 855-839-1210, you get on board. So Kamala Harris last night, again, is this indicative that she's running for president? Yeah, she knows she has nothing to gain by being governor of California. She'll just spend 2 years trying to pretend that she is the leading figure here. But boy, the narrative was unbelievable seeing this play out. And we have right here in our backyard a real nugget, maybe one of the best that I've seen, of all this talk back and forth about illegal immigration. And this isn't even people meaning harm. We're not talking criminals. There's that. What we're seeing here in Northeast Philadelphia, a place where I think a lot of people are persuadable to stop voting for Democrats, is what Democrats bring you. 22 trailers. The new term, a newcomer academy. The newcomer academy. Think about that. Paying all those taxes, doing all this stuff. They'll block you from school choice, so you have to send your kid to Lincoln High School. And suddenly it's overwhelmed. Why? Well, it's because of people that have come here illegally. And there's got to be a lot of reasons why they, are in places like Mayfair, lower central, Northeast Philadelphia. This is like a snapshot of what's going on here nationally. Picture being in Texas right over the border. We've heard all the stories being inundated. Well, the people of Northeast Philadelphia are inundated. And what does the system tell them? Well, this past year, the system told them, we're going to make your kid have no locker, carry stuff around all day, and eat lunch at 9 a.m. What are they telling them for the upcoming school year? We're going to have 22 of these interconnected trailers in some kind of wild design that filter into the high school. That's what Democrats tell them. That's what the system says. Well, what about the fact these people are here illegally? Well, we can't ask that. We don't want to know that. And we do know it, and we sanction it. We welcome it. This is what illegal immigration does. Don't have to be in Texas to see it. Even the Inquirer says, yeah, it's immigration. They leave out a particular word. So I'm inside this with various people sending me stuff. And again, I'm told that any number of people that are registered Democrats are outraged. Well, how much do you need? We have the fixture of progressive DAs, Larry Krasner. We have something like this right in the center of a neighborhood, Mayfair, that used to be considered, if not Leave It to Beaver, quintessential middle-class Philadelphia. And what's the result? I told you what the school, and this violates zoning and everything else. But they'll make it up because this is what they're about. We go through this a lot. Is it just they grew up Democrats and they're going to continue to vote Democrat? They just can't get it out of their minds. What does it take if your kid comes home and says, oh, yeah, how was school the first day? Well, my lunch is at 9 a.m. I have no locker. You need to be Saquon Barkley to run through the hallways. It's that crowded. Oh, that's nice. I'm going to go and vote for another Democrat. Don't you think it's time for some relief? Don't you think if Judge Dugan ever makes up his mind running against the Larry Krasner, he can't make the point on the things that I'm talking about here right in front of us? Newcomer academies. Unbelievable. All right, 855-839-1210, you get in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all that you have to do is just push pound 1210. By the way, I think I have it here too. Here is an example. We just talked about Kamala Harris and the narrative from that. Here is the, you might help me out here, Henry. Sorry, so many of them on here today. This is the woman from Delaware, or the trans person from Delaware, talking about the fact that Republicans are obsessed over all this. Okay, we don't have that. Maybe I didn't put it in there. Oh, that's okay. This is cut 16. President Trump has the tariff thing, and this is kind of the best of Trump, asked by a reporter yesterday, well, why didn't you do all these things in the first term? All this tariffing stuff. Here's the exchange.
You're weighing your decision to do that, your authority to do that, based on a 1977 law. It's never been invoked before. Why didn't you invoke this law?
Well, we've been winning all along.
I just want to ask you, why didn't you invoke this law in your first term? You could have taken in billions upon billions of dollars in your first term, but you waited until your second term.
Yeah, because in my first term, I was fighting lunatics like you who were trying to do things incorrectly and inappropriately to a president that was duly elected. And we did do certain tariffs in the first term.
All right, so there is the response from President Trump. All right, let's get one on the board here. We're looking for sidekicks today. In a moment, we'll go to Congressman Scott Perry. Let's go to Carol in Somerton. Hey, Carol, good afternoon. What do you have today?
Good afternoon, Dom. One of the oldie guys that Andrew don't even remember, Igor, who is Frankenstein's sidekick, who handed him the axes and all that stuff to chop up people.
Yeah, Igor, come on, Andrew. I have not seen the monster in a sport coat. Igor is the sidekick. All right, that's a good one to start off. Congressman Scott Perry, the Freedom Caucus, one of the Freedom Caucus leaders in a huge battle for that congressional seat in central Pennsylvania, and one of the leaders, even on the matter of Epstein and wanting full transparency. He's next here on Talk Radio 1210.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Strong storms led to widespread flooding and water rescues throughout our area. There's dozens of flight cancellations and delays at PHL Airport. Recreational marijuana sales start today in Delaware. Victims of sexual assault in New Jersey can now track their cases thanks to a new database.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
A comfortable air mass will continue to filter into the Delaware Valley today and stick around through the weekend. We'll see clouds giving way to some sunshine this afternoon with a high temperature below average at 76. Pleasant tonight, partly cloudy with a low 65, and a very nice day on Saturday with a mixture of sunshine and clouds, low humidity with a high 82.
The Acura Summer of Performance event is going on now at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Westchester, and Reading. Visit PiazzaAcura.com for special lease offers on all new ADX, RDX, MDX, and more.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. It's always good to take you inside big issues, big guests with Congressman Scott Perry, one of the leaders of the Freedom Caucus, and someone who tells you how effective he is. And he's one of the number one targets of every Democrat operative in the country. Let's go to Brigadier General, too, Scott Perry. Hey, Congressman, welcome back to Philadelphia. Thank you for joining us.
It's great to be with you. Happy summer to you and all your listeners.
Well, thank you, Scott. And again, when you have the target and you have the it's always to tell when they run the same person the second time around. I guess I don't know if they'll do it 3 times around, but it tells you this is going to be fiercely, fiercely battled.
It is going to be a fierce battle. We've heard they're going to spend, last time they spent $14 million. We understand they're going to up it to $20 million this time on this South Central Pennsylvania race. And, of course, same opponent. My opponent has now, as I understand it, rented a place in the district. However, she has not sold her home out of the district. So, it's the same thing over and over again. It's going to be the same issues, the same complaining, the same, we're against Trump, we're against everything, but they'll never tell you what they're for unless it's things like, having men competing in women's sports. That they're going to sign up for. But the rest of it, they're just going to act like they're just like you.
Absolutely. Well, too, this criticism of too pro-Trump, you have been one of the leaders in asking for full transparency around Epstein. And I think that is the position I would hope in central Pennsylvania that people support.
I agree. I've never changed my position. I think, look, the American people deserve to know what happened there. And I'm not saying that I know what happened here, but here's what we know. Epstein is dead and, is accused of child trafficking and other horrific things. Ghislaine Maxwell is in jail. This billionaire that flew around that had acquaintances with a lot of people and allegedly had all these young girls and boys at this island or whatever, and all these other people came, but yet no one else did anything wrong. And, of course, the implication is that he's being shielded or had been shielded by the government because the government was involved. And I think the American people have the right to know whether their government was involved in something so horrific and so indescribably bad as that. And what was the other side of that equation? If we were willing to look the other way as a government on those kind of activities, what were we getting in return? And who allowed that? Who approved that? Who was involved in that? I think those are reasonable questions. And look, if there's no proof of any of that, then I think we'll all shut up and go home, right? But don't just tell us, hey, there's nothing to see here. We'll decide what our eyes can see.
No, exactly. And again, I find it. I'm completely where your position is. Jeff Van Drew is a friend of the show, too, and has said the same things. And the point is that you are not trying to protect the Trump administration or anything else, or anybody, or Democrats. The American people want to know. We want to put this to bed. That's the bottom line. That's all that has to be done.
That's exactly right. Look, we have lost faith with good reason in many of the institutions, law enforcement, intelligence community, over the past, 10 years or so, because we have been lied to repeatedly. We've had the wool pulled over our eyes. We found out after the fact that it wasn't a conspiracy, that, what we believed was at least partially true. And the only way to rectify that and repair that relationship with the American people and the truth that their government is purveying is to put all that out there so that we can see it. Now, I know that some people in the administration become frustrated. I get it. I know that maybe they don't trust the information because it might have been tainted as information in the past has been. The whole Russia-Trump collusion thing.
Right.
It was all fabricated. I get it. But look, the American people get it too. And you can trust them when all the facts are out there to come to the right conclusion. And if there was nefarious activity on behalf of political operatives for political gain or, to destroy someone else's reputation, we're going to figure that out. But the only way there's ever going to be justice for anybody is for us to see this stuff.
Exactly. Wanted to turn to Medicaid principally because you were one of the driving forces when we had you on to try to get this square. We're not going to hurt people on Medicaid that are legit, but you're not going to be playing video games rather than volunteering or working a bit under the big, beautiful bill. What kind of response are you getting on the big, beautiful bill? There's several areas I think that would have to be positive. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. Are there areas where you think some work has to be done to explain?
Yeah, of course there's work to be done because while we were hunkered down fighting it out for 7 months or whatever, trying to get this thing across the finish line and make it something that was good and worthy of support, the Democrats and the left were generally out mischaracterizing it, and I'm going to be kind and just use the word mischaracterize, things like Medicaid. But they're not telling you that the program was originally supposed to be for, the sick, the infirm, those who can't take care of their own health care needs because they've got to take care of children, small infants, and they have no one else helping them. Their partner in life has left them there or something like that. Those people are now waiting in line where the single able-bodied people without dependents, and mostly males, are the biggest population now on Medicaid. That's not what people don't want to. Everybody wants to help. We want to help our fellow man. We want to help the citizens in our community who have fallen on hard times. We want to help. But what we didn't sign up for is we go to work all day long so that you get free health care and just choose not to work, choose not to go to school, choose not to do anything except take from your neighbor. Nobody signed up for that. So nobody's being kicked off of Medicaid. But if you want to receive the service, you got to meet the criteria. And if you don't have dependents and you can work, if you can volunteer, if you can be in school doing better for yourself, then do that. And the bar is very low, as you know.
Exactly. Congressman Scott Perry with us. Congressman, how big is the issue of illegal immigration? Is it 30,000-foot level in your district, or does it have direct impact? And I'll just give you for instance, here in Philadelphia, there's a pretty famous high school, Lincoln High School in Northeast Philadelphia, middle class. Suddenly, because of illegal immigration, last year, incoming freshmen had to take 9 a.m. lunches, and now this year they're putting 22 trailers in for the freshman class attached to the school. It's creating, and they're calling these newcomer academies. And I haven't found a better example. We know that people in Texas saw this, and when Governor Abbott then sent buses to New York and to Chicago, suddenly it became apparent. How about where you are? How is the issue crystallized there?
Well, it's crystallized in so many different ways. It's probably, I can't cite an example as acute as the one that you just have. But I'm in South Central Pennsylvania as opposed to Philadelphia, where it's a sanctuary. So we have sanctuaries in this district, but it's not the entire district. But look, whether it's crime, whether it's increased requirements for education, whether it's waiting in the emergency room for people that don't belong in our country but are there for care. We see the impact and we pay for the impact, whether it's for English as a second language, not for in the past, it was one thing when it was Spanish-speaking people like, my mother and my ancestry comes from Colombia, but now your school district has to find somebody that can speak from any one of 149 different countries, and that's a very that's a burden for them, not only financially, but it's just hard to find those people. Like I said, we all want to help, but the United States is more generous with immigration than all the other countries combined with legal immigration, and yet they still have flooded our country with people that don't belong here, and then they just expect us to accept to go, to the back of the line, so to speak, in our own country, where they've created this second class of people in the United States of America. We don't want any of that.
No, absolutely. So, look, we're with you. You've done a tremendous job of service, both in the military and I think I've talked with you in national shows, local shows 50 times. This is a seat we must hold. So if people want to help in any way, shape, or form, or they know people maybe in your districts, Scott Presler talks about that all the time, even if you're not in the district, how to encourage people there about what this is all about. What do we do?
Well, you can, if you're not in the district, look, you can go to Patriots for Perry. That's our campaign side, right? We don't mix official with campaign business, but that's our campaign side. So go to Patriots for Perry and just go there. You can find out how to volunteer, how to help, how to contribute. Like I said, they're going to spend $20 million to try and take this seat in central Pennsylvania. We can't let that happen. You know that the first order of business in the House of Representatives, if the Democrats take over, is impeachment once again. Your taxes are going to go up. Your regulations are going to go up. Yeah, you think you got enough temporary trailers in the school district now? What happens if you allow us to lose seats in Pennsylvania in Congress? It's going to be bad. So the impact is on you directly. Patriots for Perry is how you help.
Congressman, have a nice weekend. Thank you. Thanks for coming on today.
You do. God bless you. You too. Be safe.
Scott Perry. All right, coming up, one of my sources, Henry, now tells me where said trailers are. I will give the location here at Lincoln. If you're driving by, honk at the trailers. They're moving them in. And we were doing the math yesterday. It's still close to, 40 kids
Yeah, it was
a
like
trailer.
40.9 kids a trailer.
40.9. I don't know what that 0.9
kid's
kid's going to go. There's not going to be a seat for him. They're probably thinking, hey, these kids, you put them in trailers. That's good. 5 or 6 of them won't show up most days. We'll be able to squeeze them
they
in
have
there.
to be betting on truancy at that point.
That's a watchword. We don't have to teach them. We'll make it miserable. Oh, God. Hey, tell me, what does your teacher have up? Oh, it's a trailer. Oh, okay. And they're all going to interconnect and end up at the door somehow or another. That's what the plan is. All right, I'll give you the location of the trailers at Lincoln. We'll take your calls. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Hey, this is Larry Steiness with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation. Choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, on the trailer watch here with Dom Giordano, I'm told that the trailers are on the Ryan Avenue side where the old teacher parking lot was. I don't know where the new teacher parking lot was, but I am fascinated by the trailer. You could tell even Scott Perry was when we told him about what's going on here at Lincoln, Newcomer Academy. 855-839-1210, you get on board. Yeah, and again, next time we have Scott Perry on, I'll ask him as it crystallizes, who does he support in the governor's race? Is he going to endorse? I was told off air yesterday there are a gaggle of potential candidates if Garrity doesn't run that might be able to stop Doug Mastriano. But if she doesn't run, I'm in the camp that says, oh, man, here we go. And you know the significance of this. Here's the upside that we have. Mondani is a big upside for Republicans because we're going to run tagging Democrats with that guy constantly. He is where their party is headed, where it has one foot in right now. The downside, though, is if it's the Mastro, that's it. We're going to have to win in some other places then because they're going to pick off some congressional seats here, maybe even Scott Perry's. No fault of Scott Perry. That's just what Mastriano will do. Yet I had somebody calling me yesterday saying, what about Reagan's 11th commandment? Don't speak ill of fellow Republicans. I don't know about you, but I don't know if I agree with more than 20% of what Doug Mastriano says. You know, I can't count upon that 80% thing. He's just wacky in 20%. I don't know about that at all. God knows. I just, the last 10 days, have reached this epiphany here where I didn't think in a million years this guy would be the nominee, and now I'm thinking it could be 50-50 that he will be. The national people are on this. They know that Shapiro's doing anything he can to make him the nominee. And that will just unleash 2 years of hell, I'm convinced, because the odds really go up. I think we can hold the House. I would put us at over 50% chance of holding the House. I think we have the lead there when you look at the big picture. But you pick off 3 or 4 seats in a state like this because of this disaster, and now we're back to fighting it out over one seat. Let's go to Joe in Columbus. Joe's on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Joe.
Hey, good afternoon, Don. Whether we can or we shouldn't speak ill of fellow Republicans, the Democrats do ill of fellow Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
All you got to do is walk off that thin white line, and you're in a world of trouble. So I think we got that much over them.
Well, my point with Mastriano, though, is this isn't, as I said, this isn't like, I agree, if we differ on one thing. But this guy fundamentally has proven himself to be a cancer that will lose us the next few years. That's what's at stake.
Oh, he could set us back a decade.
Yeah.
There's coming back from Mondami. Let him run the show for his term and watch what happens to New York. It'd be a perfect leading by example. But Mastriano, like you just said, Pennsylvania came so far to, slip back down rungs of the ladder.
And Joe, you know what? We know when the epiphany hit me. When I saw him give an interview to the Philadelphia Inquirer, I was like, oh, my God. I told Roe, and Roe's going, all right. You know what this means? He's definitely running and in the game. He never would talk to the Inquirer. It's unbelievable. Yeah.
That's right. Good point. Don, my entry today, because I couldn't tell whether you said sidekick or side chick. So I like to think I can encompass both.
All right. Outside the box. Yes.
With Billy Clinton and Monica Lewinsky.
Yes, and Joe, you were not a listener then. When I was on WWDB, we got on, why am I blank, Lucianne Goldberg, who was the person who kept the blue dress. And I had sort of a newsreader, I won't give names or anything, we differed on this, who snapped out on her and she hung up. What did I do in that situation? I went to a break, a long break. I got on the number one guest in the world at that point, other than Monica Lewinsky, Lucianne Goldberg, who confided with her and kept the dress. And this person makes her hang up. Oh, my God. Yeah. Good one, Joe. Nice side check. Got you. Thank you, Joe. Have a nice weekend. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board? All-time sidekick. Apparently, J.D. Vance says, I saw this one comment, being VP to Trump is like a backup. It's like being a backup to Tom Brady. So that's a sidekick of sorts. Hit us with that all-time sidekick that is real or fictional. Coming up, I have defended Hulk Hogan. It's a shame Dan's not here. I might get a different opinion. I don't know. These guys, Henry's not big into wrestling in that manner. I take very seriously. I remember when Chris Christie had the flag at half staff for Whitney Houston. And Whitney Houston is a top 3 voice of all time. Her private life, trouble. I didn't think she deserves getting the flag at half staff. But Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida is flying the flag at half staff, as I understand it, for Hulk Hogan. I don't think Hulk Hogan gets the flag flown at half staff. Tell me why you think he does. You think so, Henry?
No, I don't think he should. That's not his real name.
Yeah. Okay. There you. There's that, Andrew, the Hulkster. Half staff.
No, I think it's pretty specifically laid out who it's reserved for and stuff.
Exactly. It should be for fallen officers, military. I don't even know about politicians. Like, you're just some senator from Florida or something. I'm not doing the half staff thing.
They do it for former president.
President.
Yeah. I remember in 2004 when Ronald Reagan passed away.
The point is, whenever you have something and you make it broader, you cheapen what that something is. So Hulk Hogan doesn't get the half staff or his real name. Either way. 855-839-1210.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit. See if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
10.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text early to 323232. That's early to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and/or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
If your home's old, drafty, inefficient windows and doors are in need of replacement, then go to the family name that's been trusted in the tri-state area for over 75 years. My good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida's expertly installed high-performance windows and doors will definitely increase the comfort level of your home while also helping you save on your monthly energy bills. But the savings don't stop there, because Guida will also help you save on the cost of your project by giving you 40% off all windows and doors during the month of August. Plus, you can easily buy now and pay later with Guida's low monthly payment plans or interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales are excluded. Offer expires at the end of August, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realize fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-770-0850. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-770-0850. 800-770-0850.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. The continuing, it's on my mind, the continuing battle over Russiagate. We're back to that. The release by Tulsi Gabbard, more on the way. The Durham report. Remember that guy Durham? We were all thinking, and I wanted to start with him, make a point. With Durham, that's going to cinch things. Remember that? Waiting for the smoking gun. Well, based upon what we've seen so far, what's the outcome you want from this? In other words, if we go through this again and we don't see indictments of at least Brennan seems to be the major, maybe Clapper. I don't know, it's going to reach a Hillary Clinton or certainly to Obama. Then we got more spinning of the wheels. So the information is out there. I realize Pam Bondi is maybe under more scrutiny than any attorney general that we've seen because of the stuff that's kind of dribbled out here with Epstein. You heard Scott Perry about Epstein. Full transparency on this. Look, I support Jeff Andrew. He's been a great congressman. Think of his leading the charge on so many issues, including the wind at the shore. But I really salute him for being one of the people who said President Trump, and he is the most stalwart Trump supporter, we got to get this information out there. We got to stop this stuff with Epstein. It was a shining moment because, look, he is a Trump guy up and down the line. And as far as I know, President Trump recognized that. There's been no blowback here, but that takes a lot. And Perry's done the same thing. So what do we need to come out of this? We can go back and forth day by day. It's obvious that they were engaged in stuff trying to tie and stop Trump with Russia, Russia, Russia. We know that. Now, did they do stuff that's normal partisanship, or are some of the things we've seen in these documents beyond that really into criminal behavior? Well, there's only one way to find out. That's to indict them. And I realize Pam Bondi's got to be carefully landing on these things because they're complicated. And you don't want to indict, then have it thrown out and say this was ridiculous. You lose credibility. So I'm just asking, when you hear all this stuff, how much now? I think Epstein is on the radar of people that are maybe, somewhat casual talk radio listeners, not people that are what we call P1s, wedded to the station and all the great elements that are here, the club that you're a member of. But I do think Epstein, it reaches beyond people that pay attention. The Russiagate stuff is more complicated. It takes more paying attention to every, and there's a lot of weaving and bobbing with it. But the Epstein thing, it's salacious. It's been out there for a while. I think the average American even knows. By the way, I'm watching John Kennedy as we're talking. Hope to get him here. He's got a new book coming out of some of his funniest stuff. John Kennedy from Louisiana. And he just said this morning, what adage is this? This is a made-up adage, Henry. Trust in God, but tie up your camel.
What?
Yeah, that's what he said. You should trust in God, but tie up your camel. Okay, there you go. Not horse.
He's trying too hard for that soundbite.
That's
fishing a little too deep.
Yeah, that's tie up your camel. Remember that one for the weekend. That's a watch.
I can play that right now if you.
Oh, you have it. Oh yeah, I want to hear him do it. Yeah, right. Yeah. Here we go. Oh, my God. Did they say that in Louisiana? All right. So they must say that down in Louisiana. A lot of camels down there.
I think you'd tie up your horse or something.
Yeah, that's what I thought he'd say horse. As I always say, now, he's got a great book coming out. I've been reading some. He's a funny guy. I had to introduce him essentially at I wouldn't want to follow him. He was really funny at the Dr. Oz event where someone fainted when I was talking that resulted in chaos. But the Russiagate stuff, to put a point on it, how long do we say, all right, how many releases before there's got to be an indictment? I trust Pam Bondi. I've interviewed her any number of times. I think she's very competent. She made a miscue on Fox saying the Epstein stuff right there on my desk went too far, trying to be dramatic or that she's on it. That caused some trouble. But bottom line is I think she's very competent. But, boy, she's got Epstein to deal with, and she's got the Russiagate to deal with, and the garden variety of everyday stuff that comes her way. What's the outcome? I mean, if we don't get indictment on this, are we going to look at Pam Bondi, or are we going to say, well, maybe there was no there? I think there's got to be at least an indictment of Brennan, who Clapper is trying to recede a little bit from all. It's Brennan that seems to be the key figure. All right, let's go to Robert. Robert is in Ben Salem. He's on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Robert.
Hey, Dominic, Henry. It's good to talk to you guys today. Real quick, Dom, you were asking yesterday, why are people voting for Democrats? Why is society the way it is?
Yep.
Why don't we have a presidential fitness test anymore? And I got the answer by listening to that speech from the bug-eyed Spartacus from New Jersey, Cory Booker. Cory Booker. And he accused Trump of tearing apart our norms and traditions. And when I heard that, I almost drove off the road because the Democrats have been doing just that for the last 40 years, culminating in Dolan Mulvaney. Are they serious? Why are they always accusing us? Rush was right. They always accuse us of what they did. But I think that entire effort on their part is a big reason as to why we're seeing the insanity that we're seeing today. The kids that came up in the last 20 years were taught that this was normal. Their heads were filled with this garbage.
Well, what I'm saying is, Robert, is that Northeast Philadelphia, these are the true so-called moderate Democrats. They were in that, but they're not radicals or progressives. Can they not see at Lincoln? I mean, I just got the report on the trailers are moved in there on Ryan Avenue. The neighborhood, even if they don't have a kid there, do they not go, who's responsible for this stuff? Are you kidding me? 22 trailers with all the taxes, with all the stuff they pay, and they're blocked from getting school choice. What does it take to connect the dots?
I don't know, but it is an absolute monument to the failures of an unchecked Democratic Party.
It is. That's right.
You were mentioning yesterday Eddie Pollock. My kids went to that school, St. Cecilia. That was right in front of the church.
Yep. Church steps.
And that's one of the reasons why we left. I mean, I don't know what you can do about it, Dominic, because it doesn't seem like the people there care enough to be engaged to do something about it, and it's really distressing. We're seeing in New York, Chicago. I mean, it's. I don't know if it's a cycle that's got to happen.
Well,
or not, man.
And the worst of it is, I get the Philadelphia, the roots of some of it. It was union stuff, Democrat Party, but where you are in Ben Salem, I think is pretty good. But the suburbs, I've noticed. We say this all the time. The last 10 years, suburban Philadelphia has gone this way, and that ought to shock us even more. We had somebody on yesterday that talked about the Guy Shiraki, Robert. The Chester County people who raise taxes big time are now paying an office of engagement person $164,000 a year. What's wrong to people in Chester County? Oh, my God.
I drive up there, and you are absolutely right, Dom. They're insulated. They still have their beautiful areas up there, and they don't have to worry about it, and that's the sad part about it. But I don't want to take too much time. My answer to the side question, I was going to go with Watson to Sherlock Holmes, but I just wanted to say that when they did this movie with Robert Downey Jr. and Jude Law, they really brought that story into the modern times, because I've watched the old ones, and quite frankly, they were both boring. But in this movie, with Jude Law always being put on by Robert Downey's annex and stuff like that, it kind of fleshed it out. It made it really good. But I'll go with Watson. You guys have a great weekend, Dominic.
All right. Thank you, Robert. Thanks very much. Yeah. Guy Shiraki yesterday making the point, and Delaware County's even worse. They raised taxes by 23%? It's strictly up and down the line progressive Democrats there. Chester County, they had the guy escape from prison, didn't have to happen, set up a manhunt that was unbelievable for weeks. They raise taxes, and then they come up with an office, $164,000 a year just of engagement with the public. It's endless. Theory on the suburbs, they're sort of insulated from a lot of the worst of it. Guy says, well, Democrats seem to people in the suburbs, they're women. They speak with a more moderate sounding voice and tone. I don't know, the dean of decency, maybe not. And that appeals to people there, where conservatives come in because of the media, and we're seen as the meanies. It's stunning. Bucks County is the one county where there is a titanic struggle going on. And to that point, congratulations to Jamie. And Jamie Walker, if you're listening, Meg Ryan was on the station a while ago from Bucks County, our Person of the Year a few years back. Jamie Walker just won. It took 3 years where a judge is opening up, and they gave them a period of time. Bob Harv DeGrasse, Harvey, and Diane Morseglia, the commissioners there, their emails. And it's around what they did to the guy that we all loved and was really making a mark, Dr. Damsker. He was a public health official out in Bucks County who said, hey, 3 feet will be plenty to be in a classroom around COVID. Remember, it was 6 feet up until then. And what happened? They put him in the basement. They said he can't talk anymore, can't do public events. And there's an email trail of this. It took 3 years to get this out. So, Jamie, if you're listening, we haven't spoken in a while. Just call us. I wanted to get more detail. 3 years to do that. Now, some of it will be redacted, of course, but when it comes out, again, are these people in Bucks County all that progressive because Trump won Bucks County? We have these two people. Morseglia is the one that said, I'm not going to follow the law. Nobody else does. Remember that? At the height of the election cycle? What is wrong with the suburbs? 3 years to get this information. And these are the people whose kids were kept out of school because of these commissioners. They got the word from Wolf's office. We've talked about this right before a school year during COVID and said, that's it. And they shut up Dr. Damsker, who was revolutionizing the state. People were able to go back because it was 3 feet, not 6. And for that, in the basement, no more talking. There's an email trail of that. Why did it take 3 years? Yeah, I know. It's mind-boggling, right? I'm not sure if Megan Brock's was the same thing or not. I know Dawn had her on a while back when she won on the same thing. These two were incredible fighters, incredibly diligent. That's what it takes to shake this loose. But in what universe will people in the suburbs say, oh, I love what Diane Morseglia is doing? Now, those that just hate Trump, maybe that's it. But right in front, Montgomery County is gone. I mean, that's little Philadelphia. I'm watching this guy who allegedly he's here illegally, comes into the house of a woman last Sunday, 2 o'clock in the morning, jumps on her, strangling her. She beats him off, apparently. He's got a black eye when the police find him. And her iPad. He was pinging all over the place. And people are afraid. ICE wants a detainer on him, but Montgomery County may or may not follow that. In other words, telling them we're about ready to release him. Can you imagine? I dare them. I dare the Mr. Softy Truck guy and his stooge there. Are you going to release this guy and say, that's it, we're not going to work with ICE? All right, 855-839-1210. That's why it's a really important election in November in Bucks County, law enforcement. The DA Shorn is great. Fred Herron, the sheriff, against two who would continue to make the suburbs more like Philadelphia. In some ways, they're just as bad. I'm coming to you on the side question, too. At 2 o'clock, we'll talk with Beth Ann Rossica. And at 2:30, we got a special guest today on this app that I found out and grocery shopping. Wait until you hear this story. It's quite a backstory. But 855-839-1210. That's how you can get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Just push #1210.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
Change your shore life at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa during the $1 million Shore Match Drawing. Earn entries now through August to be one of 2,000 winners to play Shore Match and win up to $1 million cash and prizes, including a 2025 Lincoln Nautilus. Grand prize drawing August 30th. Change your shore life during the $1 million Shore Match Drawing. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Fulfill your home ownership dream with American Heritage Credit Union. Through the comprehensive MyCU Home Connection program, receive exclusive benefits like a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discounts when you buy or sell a home. Take advantage of some of the lowest rates in the region. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to get started. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838. Equal Housing Opportunity. You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa! I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Never miss a moment from the Tom Giordano program again. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 1210 WPHT. And listen whenever and whatever works best for you.
All right, Tom Giordano show. The NFL, a new rule. Telling Greg about it, Henry, and I think they may have talked about it on the morning show, where the chain gang is no longer going to be involved, and that's a shame. They seem to think that chain gang is the problem with close calls, third and inches, and all that. So they're going to rely on artificial intelligence to have the. But the problem is, it's the spot, it's the referee, and where they decide to put the ball down. It's not the chain gang. The chain gang, I think, is a good feel of football. I don't know how they do a better job of spotting the ball, though.
I mean, they're keeping the chain gang, though. I mean, their role has been diminished, but they are still there on the sidelines.
Yeah, well, that's like the fake kickoff thing. That's what they're doing.
Well, the kickoff, they just have to execute it. I'm so pro this kickoff. I just need coaches to get their heads out of their rear ends and actually use it.
But what I mean is they are putting in things that are like a Potemkin village. They appear to be there. So the chain gang still might be there, you're saying, but I don't know what they're doing.
I think it's there because they don't want to lose that part of the game because I feel like too many sports are taking things out of the games due to technology. Exactly. And obviously, this is something that needed to happen, but I like that they're keeping the chain gang on the sideline just for, on the TV so you can see the down and distance. Like, all right, we got, 7 yards here. All right, cool. Like that's what I want to see still on the field. Obviously,
I just think part of the game or the vagaries, the arbitrary thing of it's maddening at times, but I think it adds to the game.
I know what you're saying, but I also want to be accurate, because a game or two or however many is going to come down to a playoff game, and you want to be right in that moment. And I also think the way the broadcast kind of shows you the first down, like in that that eagle eye technology or that Hawkeye technology, I think that's going to make for some great drama. Great drama, because it shows you where the ball is on the field. It doesn't show you where the line of gain is. It shows you where the ball is, and then it shows you the line of gain. I think that's going to build a lot of suspense on plays like that. I think it's going to be good for the game.
All right. 855-839-1210. You get on board. As long as they keep the tush-push in. Prediction next year, they'll take it out, sadly, because they don't know how to stop it. They're still not going to stop it.
The Eagles win the NFC East again and dominating fashion.
If they win,
then it'll be out. But if they get like a wild card spot, they'll be like, all right, maybe it wasn't
They win the
that
Super
bad.
Bowl, and they're running up and down with the tush push.
Yeah.
There's going to be big right there at halftime. That's it. Can't do it in the second half. All right. You can get on board, though. 855-839-1210. The whole thing going on at Lincoln is just remarkable to me that people can't connect the dots. So we're dot connecting here. It's a face of why America revolted when it comes to illegal immigration. The View, and even for The View, the Media Research Center tells us that The View is even for them. So far, they've had 102 left-leaning or far-left guests and 0 conservatives in 2025. Now, I trust the Media Research Center on this stuff, but 0. Wouldn't you think, to me, it's better TV to put someone into the ring and to duke it out occasionally? They can't do it, though. So next week, Dan and I and Henry's in on it, too. And I'm not revealing anything to the last moment. I'm not going to mess this one up. We have a guest that you will not believe. Just trust me. Come on, Tom. We're going to make you tell before next week. Nope, I'm not going to tell. I think on Wednesday we'll have this. That is not only of stature, but on the left, big time. And they can't handle it, I guess, even though it'd be 4 against 1, to have somebody on there that will mix it up with them. And I think I'm not sure which night it is, but I think it's must-see TV. Fallon is bringing on Greg Gutfeld. That's great for both of them. And I think they'll get along enough, and I think they'll be able to, I think Gutfeld has the advantage because Fallon really is not political, is not going back and forth with this stuff. He's just talented, the mimic, the songs, and everything else. But I think he senses it. Why would you not bring on the guy that has a massive audience? So Jon Stewart, they brought in to critique, why is it that Gutfeld is beating the other shows? First, he says he's on at 10 o'clock at night. That's an advantage. Okay, I think that is. But if Colbert were on at 10 o'clock at night, it would do better than what CBS has on. The second thing he says is it's not comedy. It's just relentless right-wing stuff. Okay, well then why does that play? And the reason it plays that he will not admit to is because it's different. It's other. It's exotic. It's something that is a pushback, just like talk radio is on the dominance of the media and the Democrat Party co-joined. That's why it works. Not only that, last night Kamala Harris was asked a simple question by Colbert. Who would you say the Democrat leader or leaders are today? And she just said, oh, well, there are a lot of leaders. She couldn't even come up with any name. Last night, watching Kamala Harris, it was the Democrat Party identity crisis. They really are beaten back. I'm not sure if it's just Trump or the fear of their own base. And that's why seeing a guy like Mondami gets them fired up, but then they see they're playing with fire with this guy of how he's going to blow up on. The smarter ones do. And there's not really any issue at this point they have I mean, here and there, they can make a political point. But there's not an issue. There's not something the country's crying for them to do, other than a smaller group of people who want them to just fight with Trump. But that's not enough. What's the issue here? So they're pivoting, and I don't even talk about this as much anymore. I used to talk about this in talk radio a lot. Unless there's something incredible happening, I think people are not, this isn't front page for them. But they seem to be relying on Gaza here as something that's going to get people fired up on their side. And they seem to think there's a lot of people like Tucker Carlson and others that are anti-Israel on this. So Trump senses this. Yesterday he had Huckabee and I think another envoy in Gaza to determine, why are people not getting food? Is it Hamas? Is it Israel? Is there not enough going in? This is where their focus is. Now, I trust Mike Huckabee. Talked to him over the years, done events with him. He's a great choice as ambassador there. I'm going to be interested to hear what he says. In other words, is Israel using this as a tactic, as a weapon? I think it's clearly much more what Hamas is doing. And it's a tough battle to try to exterminate them. And that's what needs to be done. You cannot let them continue to have any role in Gaza. Now, I haven't been in Gaza. I've been in Israel, and I've talked to people about that. But their argument is, hey, we gave them Gaza, and what did they do? They just put underground tunnels. They put missiles in hospitals, etc. All right, 855-839-1210. Let me go to Dwayne in Valley Forge. Side question today. Hit us with the all-time sidekick. Hey, Dwayne, welcome in.
Hi, Dom. Well, you're firing on all cylinders this morning, my friend. I could talk about anything you want to talk about, just about.
Well,
but
thank
you want
Dwayne.
to do side question?
Oh, yeah, go right ahead. Talk about what you want. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Okay, well, you want to do Billy Joel or Chester County?
Let's see. Billy Joel.
Billy Joel, okay. I'm an old musician, and I just loved this documentary. And you mentioned Whitney Houston. I thought it was fantastic that he met Christy Brinkley and Elle McPherson and a young Whitney Houston. When she opened her mouth to sing, he couldn't believe his ears, you know. So I thought that was fantastic. And also, I was really struck by early on in his career, he fell in love with his best friend's wife, and the sin of that whole thing just ate up his insides, and he tried to kill himself. And it just struck me. I didn't know he was Jewish, but it struck me like, boy, is this David and Bathsheba and Uriah all over again, or what?
So doesn't he have anybody around him when in the middle of this, the columnist I'm talking about, Dwayne, in the middle of this documentary, I saw it on HBO, he starts talking about being at the Garden. How in the world does Trump say they're very fine people here? Doesn't somebody tell him what the reality is?
These pinheads want to cherry pick that. Whoever edited it, it's HBO, I suspect. But anyway, I'm a Civil War buff, and I know that I would be there. I wouldn't want them tearing down Robert E. Lee's statue. They were the fine people. That I personally am offended.
There were fine people on both sides, and there were legit people there who wanted it taken down. You know, mainstream people and mainstream people who said no, and then there were guys with blowtorches that should have been stopped.
I know. That made my eyes bulge out. But the documentary is great. It's the only one that's nearly as good as the one about the Eagles.
Okay.
It's excellent. But I just love these documentaries because I'm an old guy and I lived through this stuff, and I played all these songs at the bars of Wildwood and Philadelphia, and going through college and Hall & Oates. Went to Temple right before
Dwayne,
I did.
Tell me you didn't play Sweet Caroline in the bars in Wildwood when the night was end. Did you do that?
I used to do a Neil Diamond medley, and Sweet Caroline was, of course, in it. And, of course, we did the hokey, boom, boom, boom.
Oh,
Sweet Caroline.
Yeah, don't do it. That should be banned in bars at the end. That's okay. But, Dwayne, who's your sidekick?
Well, I have to say that President McKinley had the most significant sidekick I can think of. He gave us a modern Navy, the Panama Canal, Hawaii. He won the Nobel Peace Prize. I'm not too happy that he gave us Woodrow Wilson and he was a stinking progressive, but nonetheless, a consequential sidekick, I got to go with Teddy Roosevelt.
Teddy Roosevelt was the vice president, but they were scared to death. What if he becomes president there? You see a guy looking over did Henry, does he have the sniffles there? He might die, All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Sidekicks today because J.D. Vance said, being the VP for President Trump is kind of like being the backup for Tom Brady. And that just sent me off to this. Real or fictional, you can hit us with that. At 2 o'clock, we're going to talk with Beth Ann Rossica. Well, the Trump administration now, she says an ungodly number of school districts in our area, suburban districts and Philadelphia, are refusing to follow the executive orders, and they've been put on notice by the Education Department that they got to comply with these when it comes to boys and girls bathrooms, the sports thing, etc. She'll be here, 855-839-1210.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit. See if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text early to 323232. That's early to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-581-1414. That's 800-581-1414. 800-581-1414.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
A comfortable air mass will continue to filter into the Delaware Valley today and stick around through the weekend. We'll see clouds giving way to some sunshine this afternoon with a high temperature below average at 76. Pleasant tonight, partly cloudy with a low 65, and a very nice day on Saturday with a mixture of sunshine and clouds, low humidity with a high 82.
Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Dom Giordano Show. Good Friday, everyone. Welcome in 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. So as the show's been going on today, Maxwell in the Epstein case has been transferred from a federal prison in Florida to a prison camp, like low security, that's more comfortable in Texas. Now, you know why this is fraught. Why all of a sudden are we seeing this? And I'll tell you right here and now, I don't care what comes out of Epstein, this woman should not get a pardon. And I think President Trump has been a little too cavalier, like, well, I could do it, maybe I should, and all the rest of it. In the end, based on what? We're doing too many pardons. You'd have to go constitutionally, and that takes a lot, to be curtailing the power of presidents to pardon. It is abused up and down the line way too much by everybody involved. And a lot of these things, a lot of these pardons, come on, they're ridiculous. I remember in the first Trump term, the woman that was a drug kingpin, that Hannity goes crazy. Oh, look at this. She had a 30-year sentence. She was pardoned. No way that she should have been pardoned. She was the head of a major drug ring. That's it. In this case, it would really be suspect. Of course, the Biden pardon's probably illegal, auto pen, etc. But the pardoning stuff was meant to be there as a last resort for something that was really awry, something else. Not, hey, you're on our team. We're going to cut this sentence down unbelievably. And the history of these, Bill Clinton had a lot that were really bad. But moving her to this prison camp from a federal prison, maybe they feel it's more secure or less likely that somebody would try to take her out. You can imagine the stakes we're playing with here. And day to day, this fades. It's not the number one story. Then all of a sudden, something happens that propels it back in there. So not sure what Pam Bondi's role is going to be in this. But this idea is she's going to give up the names, sort of, with no cooperation. And then we just move on and she gets pardoned? No. Even though Alan Dershowitz on this show said that essentially that's what should happen. I don't think you want that. I don't think you would stand for it. But it just, every press conference, everything that's out there, it's going to come up again and again and again. We had Scott Perry on, who's a Trump supporter up and down the line, wanting full transparency. These are the people like Jeff Andrew that are really showing their mettle here. Andrew signed off to have a vote on transparency in the House to get to the bottom of this. They shouldn't have adjourned. They should have done that. You just got to put a stop. And I got to tell you, for talk radio's sake, I just want this to come out of the just endless speculation and check the box that we got to the bottom of it as best we can. Nothing's going to be perfect with this stuff. But this has gone on way too long through various administrations. And the people put in there, Patel, Bongino, promised they'd get to the bottom of this. Everything seems to be landing, every key decision on Pam Bondi now. And again, I think it's unfair that she's got to carry the burden of this. And anything that she does on that or the Russiagate is going to be major. Now let's go to Bill in Bucks. Bill is in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill. Afternoon.
Hi. Good afternoon there, Dom. I just wanted to say you did a good job with Stacey Garrity yesterday.
Okay, thank you. Well,
got some good questions but you didn't really ask for any hardball questions like I suggested, but that's okay.
Well, I wasn't going to ask about running because we've been up and down the line with that. I was just trying to get a read, and if I had to say, based upon yesterday and everything that's out there, I'm having doubts that she's going to run, and that really is troubling.
Well, I've come up with a candidate that I think he can pull it off.
Who's that?
Well, I'm just going to tell you, he's been on Hannity. He's been on Cuomo. He's been on with John Carl on the Sunday show, World This Week, or whatever it is. We all know him. You know him. Howard Eskin knows him. Everybody knows him in the city. He was a writer for the Philadelphia Inquirer. Stephen A. Smith.
Oh, well, what, on the Republican side, though?
Yeah, he could do that.
Well, I think he's a little bit more grandiose.
He's a lifelong Democrat. I know he's a lifelong Democrat.
No, it's not that. He's not going to run for governor. He'd run for president, Bill.
Well, maybe.
If he does, one of the first questions, Stephen A., do you remember that time that I beat you in a debate about the NBA on the Lou Tilley show? Well, we'll bring that footage up. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, who's your sidekick?
Hey, everybody knows him. Everybody knows Stephen A. Smith.
That's true.
He's widely popular in Pennsylvania. All he's got to do is make that 1-year residency requirement, and he can do it. Okay?
All right. Bill, who's your sidekick?
Lieutenant Dan on the Bubba Shrimp boat.
Yep. Lieutenant Dan and Forrest Gump, Gary Sinise. I don't know if that's his best role or not. But, by the way, a movie tip. Have you seen The Quick and the Dead, Henry?
I have not, no.
It's what we call a B movie, but it's very good. It's a different kind of Western. Imagine today, you wouldn't have enough resources. Gene Hackman, Sharon Stone, a young DiCaprio, Russell Crowe, Gary Sinise, and there's a couple of other majors. Can you imagine in one film? It's about a gunfighting contest where you have to kill the other guy. And then it's
it's on my list. I know it is. We've talked about it before.
It's not a great film, but just seeing these people all at various stages of their career, all in one film, I don't know how they got them.
Yeah,
I'd recommend it though. It's a good watch. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how to get on board. The Jocelyn Maxwell moving to a more comfortable camp. I don't know if this is part of the plan to get her to give us all the details. And if she gives us these details, where does that leave us in the end? Allegedly, for a pardon. How many people have called in consistently when this comes up, like Joe of Columbus has, and say, you know what, the bottom line of this, the most important thing is the abuse that happened here. You can't be just giving a pardon to Maxwell, who was the procurer, at least we believe, involved in all these things. But it is time to move on. How do you move on? And it seems to be almost impossible. But this move is kind of curious, going from a federal prison, which he deserves, to a prison camp. You know, I'd love to see, just think of the food, the federal prison. What's on the menu tonight versus the prison camp? I think there might be a difference. Oh, what's recreation? You can imagine versus what they're doing here. Martha Stewart down the hall, one of those things. 855-839-1210.
Every month, we shine a spotlight on one outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Talk Radio 1210's Veteran Spotlight. Hey, it's Nick Cale here, and on Wednesday, August 6th, we will be honoring Charlie Ellison, Sergeant Major in the New Jersey Army National Guard. Veteran Spotlight is presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. Wednesday morning, August 6th on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy,
SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
All right, Dom time. Big 2 o'clock hour, Dom's Money Melody, and we'll decide for a $50 gift card to winner of the side question this week. Today, it just occurred to me, J.D. Vance, I saw him on Twitter talking about, he was asked, what's it like being the VP for President Trump? It's like being the backup for Tom Brady. Hit us with that all-time sidekick. We heard some really good ones in the beginning. I don't know if we've been wowed yet. Real or fictional? French fries might be in the lead from Andrew. I kind of bought into that.
More answers like that.
It's classic.
Yeah,
classic, and it's one that nobody normally thinks about.
Well, that's outside the box.
It's taken for granted. That's the thing.
Yeah, okay, that's right. So it could be something like French fries. It could be a person. It could be a fictional one. That's what we're looking for. Get your name into the hat. We'll pull a winner. You go off with that $50 gift card. Thank you, Jim Harvey. Hey, by the way, we've been through the worst, the trash strike. And then the white-collar workers were stopped in Philadelphia. They didn't strike. But negotiations are not moving along, says Arthur Steinberg, president of the Philadelphia Federation of Teachers. He said despite the union and district making some progress toward an agreement, the issues are salary increases, of course, reforming the district's sick leave policy, and adding 12 weeks of paid parental leave. And if the teachers struck, and they're voting to authorize a strike, they voted to authorize a strike in June. The first day of school for students is on August 25th. They're scheduled to be back August 18th. So the clock is ticking here. And they really couldn't overdo it with teachers, given how they held the line against these other unions. And I don't believe that Philadelphia public school teachers are overpaid. I think their problem is they have a bureaucracy that's unbelievable and a lot of big salaries, a lot of waste, a lot of support services that are wasteful, corrupt, the whole thing. But I do know they're producing some very nice trailers, Lincoln High School. I need somebody driving by to give me a report of how that's going to look. We're going to be on that for a while because it really illustrates what illegal immigration does. I mean, are people suddenly flocking into Mayfair at the level where they have over 1,000, it seems to be, more students from one year to the next, maybe as many as 1,200 just at one high school? That's all legal. People are flocking here. There's a one-way path around the world. They want to come to Mayfair. Or is this illegal immigration? A lot of people from that are Brazilian over the years, there's been some of that, but any number. And Democrats encouraging it in the Biden years. Why all settle in a pretty small area in Northeast Philadelphia? Does that sound like that's how legal immigration would work? No, it doesn't. There are communities there, pockets of it. That's what happens. And the citizens, the people in that area, many of them are Democrats still. Why in the world would they not revolt against this? They sort of are doing it. But it's stunning. This is the party that is going to bring you stuff. They did it in Texas. They did it in California. And right here in Northeast Philadelphia, you're seeing the byproduct of this. All right, let me go to Jim in Percy. And Jim, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Jim.
Hello, how you doing?
Good, Jim.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear, yes.
Okay. My sidekick question?
Yes.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto.
That's a good one. I was going to take it off the board, but I saw you there. Let that one go. That's a classic, yes. Several movies made about it. Lone Ranger and Tonto is a prominent one. All right, I don't know that we've gotten one that's really wowed us yet along the lines of Andrew's French fries.
I have a winner in mind, but yeah, I want someone to top it.
Okay. Tell us what the winner is.
No.
Oh,
absolutely not.
That's the one that would win.
That's for the end of the show. I need people giving us their best.
By the way, I'm seeing old footage of the presidential fitness test, and you had these boys doing a jungle gym with no shirts on and all quickly going across the thing. This is going to be interesting to see what the local schools are going to do with Trump's executive order that they have to restore the presidential fitness test. I don't know that that means they're going to have to check a box and show that they're actually doing it or not. I'm watching one kid on Fox jogging, and he looks like today's kids. Oh, man. 6.6 seconds to run a mile.
I was looking into that a little bit yesterday when we were talking about it. That's the 85th percentile
it's 85th. I know.
From 1985
I know. Right.
when they did it. Yeah. So that wouldn't be – because I saw like the 50th percentile was a few minutes later. I was like, all right, we're not like killing these kids out here.
So –
because there's no way, even in my best shape, I was running a 6-minute mile.
Okay, I don't even know if they're going to run an 8-minute mile. I mean, I think it could be 5% of kids in public schools today can run an 8-minute mile that are 17.
You think? Oh, man. I think it's more than that.
An 8-minute mile is not as easy as you think.
No, definitely not.
Yeah.
But if there's a grade on the line, I think you can dig deep a little bit.
Okay, I'll take the other side on that one. We should go to the average
If you don't
school.
get an A in gym class, it's a problem here.
Yeah.
So you're going to be the one guy who gets like a B or a C because you couldn't run an 8-minute mile? I'm busting
Henry,
my
I
hump.
don't think you've looked at the population now versus when you were in school.
That wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I don't see 8-minute miles out of them, really. It's a little bit harder than you think. That's a small percentage. And 6 minutes, you're right. Oh, God. Okay. I just saw a guy on Fox doing pull-ups. God. He did about 10 of them.
Yeah, it's weird. We have CNN on in here, too, and you have Harry Enton doing the challenges.
Is he?
Yeah.
You know what? I can get Greg Stocker, I think, and Andrew is, he's not always in here, so he can have some time. He should do the challenge.
Yeah,
it should be
out
part
in the
of
hallway here.
Yeah, I'll do some.
It should be part of the producer's test.
I'll do the beep test out in the hallway, running back and forth between the lines.
The
and
shuttle
everything.
test. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll do that.
All right, well, you know what? Mulligan's let me write that down. That's right. Mulligan's coming up. I know Beth Ann will go to. Mulligan's August 15th, 2 weeks from today. Just was talking with Johnny during the break. back to the summer White House. I think Dan in the presidential fitness test would be a lot of fun. We could have a lot of money bet on this one. Yeah,
get him some water.
I don't know if I'll participate in the pull-up thing. He doesn't have a pull-up at the bar that I can think of. I might have to reconfigure this, but I'm putting that on the list. Can anyone show up at Mulligan's and run a mile in 6 minutes and 6 seconds?
Oh, man. Before or after you start drinking?
Yeah, that's right. Yes. We'll provide the, All right, 855-839-1210. You get in. Beth Ann Rossick, our friend, great report out. On last Friday, the Education Department, Linda McMahon said, I believe it's 10 days you have to comply with stopping this gender fluidity in sports and bathrooms. She says huge numbers of suburban schools and Philadelphia have a different policy. What is going to happen? Wissahickon is one school district she mentioned. We'll break it down with her next on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Liquor and wine will likely get more expensive next year in Pennsylvania, and residents will have no choice but to pay the higher prices thanks to the state's monopoly on alcohol sales. The PLCB, Pennsylvania Liquor Control Board, which says is necessary to cover rising warehouse costs. Pennsylvania is such an archaic system, and the fact that they have a monopoly through PA, I guess I'm never going to get a fine wine and good spirits endorsement after I say all this, but then again, after 3 years, I figured it's not coming anyway.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
If you depend on Social Security, your retirement lifestyle may be at risk.
Jim O'Neill, I'm from Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania. I have my doubts about where we're going as a country. Much of our Social Security funding may dry up, which is not good for the citizens who paid into that system. Take your money and put it into a crash-proof retirement system. With the crash-proof retirement system, I can supplement or even replace Social Security and not deplete my nest egg. It's guaranteed. This year, I have earned over 14%. We do not have to pay any fees, and you cannot lose it. I have absolute peace of mind because I am protected by crash-proof retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event happening at Downingtown Country Club on Wednesday, August 20th, starting at 5 p.m. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household. You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
All right, it is Dom time. Jam-packed 2 o'clock hour. Dom's Money Melody. We'll get a winner of the week. Got a couple of guests, but we'll get your calls in. Come on. You had to reach a little bit. Oh, see a good one here. All-time Sidekick. And be thinking of something like French fries, Andrews. One of my sources just sent me, and I'm going to ask Beth Ann about this. She's an education expert extraordinaire, among other things, at Broad and Liberty. It's a map of the foreign-born change in the Mayfair area. We've been talking about Lincoln High School, and it is incredible. And I just got it during the break, but 150% increase, and it has a line street by street, and it's a pretty good amount there near the Roosevelt Boulevard, just between 2018 to 2022, 2023, that kind of thing. How much it's changed, it's enormous. So are all these people coming here because they are coming here legally and they're all landing in Mayfair, or is something else up? And the reason this is important, it's a broad national issue. Trump, one of the biggest issues was illegal immigration, without a doubt, every bit as much as the economy. And we hear all the time, well, these are not people that are here that are criminals. Granted, but we hear in places like Texas, it started resource problems, and one of which was the schools. And it was also language problems. We heard from a guy yesterday refereeing a soccer match with Lincoln last year and being told, you may not want to be doing this in English, any instructions. We have any number of players that wouldn't understand it, can't speak it. And now 22 trailers are going to be put in. All right, let's go to Beth Ann Rossiga here with Dom on Talk Radio 1210. Beth Ann, welcome back. I hope you have a pretty good tan.
I do have a good tan.
Good.
Thanks, Dom. Great to be on the show.
Yeah. Well, so Beth Ann, we're going to talk about this piece you wrote. Feds declare bathroom policies illegal. Linda McMahon, 63% of Philadelphia area schools could be next. Beth Ann, are you aware, and somebody sent me this and the Inquirer had it, that at Lincoln last year, I did talk about it then, things were so bad, so crowded because of, I think, illegal immigration, that kids didn't have lockers. They put 6 classrooms sort of in a library, and they had 9 a.m. lunches for almost the entire freshman class. This year, they have poised there 22 trailers they're going to put in attached to the high school.
Yeah, so I'm not familiar. I hadn't heard about that one today, Dom, but this does seem to be a pattern in certain regions in our area. I don't know if you remember. I think I came on the show and talked about this, but I had interviewed the superintendent over at Upper Darby.
Yes.
And they are having, they have similar issues in terms of the numbers of kids and the languages that they speak, that, it's very, very difficult for them to staff for the large, complex number of languages, and then also the transient nature of a lot of these folks that are, coming here from other countries. They may stay in the district for a year or two, but, the vast majority of kids who start in kindergarten are not the same kids that graduate 12, 13 years later. So it really is a significant impact on our schools and really everywhere. I mean, we see English as a second language, growing in multiple school districts all over the region. And it's hard for the teachers, it's hard for the district, and it's very difficult to be able to staff to provide the types of resources that all these kids need.
And this is just the physical numbers of it. I have the map here with Mayfair, how much it's changed, foreign born up 150% on these blocks. Beth Ann, when you're bringing in 22 trailers, people there are saying, what an eyesore. Something's wrong here. They're still going to put 40 kids in each trailer, if you could imagine.
Well, and we all know, Dom, that the school district of Philadelphia is not doing a great job educating students as it is. I mean, already they have buildings, and I don't know what Lincoln's numbers are specifically, but they have buildings in the school district where they have 0% of children who are proficient in math.
Yes.
0. So, I mean, now you're looking at, 40 trailers, 40, maybe 40 kids in a classroom. It's certainly not an ideal educational environment. And if you have kids speaking so many different languages that you can't staff for that, I mean, it's just going to continue to be a huge drain on the school district.
Now, I was thinking, getting ready for you today, we saw this Representative McBride, the woman or man who's trans in Delaware. She's on this new NBC show. And Beth Ann, your report is about something really of consequence here, what the Education Department said about bathrooms and changing rooms and male and female sports. She said to the person, it's not us, meaning the left. The other side is just fixated on this stuff. Why don't they stop talking about it?
Well, we'll be happy to stop talking. And listen, I don't even describe myself as being on the right. I just describe this as being common sense. I mean, the left is the group that started all of this, what I can only call utter insanity, Dom. I mean, my piece goes through this, that we have 63% of the school districts in the 4 collar counties in Philadelphia that are out of compliance. They are not compliant with Title IX. And the Office of Civil Rights, the U.S. Department of Education, you said Linda McMahon's office, they just concluded an investigation into 5 large school districts in the state of Virginia and found them to be non-compliant for having bathroom policies. But they're not even bathroom policies. They're just Title IX or other policies that state that students can use the bathroom that identifies or aligns with their gender identity.
Yes.
And these have now been considered, they're now non-compliant. So if these school districts in Virginia don't change their policies and they don't acknowledge that there are 2 biological sexes, male and female, I mean, it reads very clearly what they have to do. If they don't take these steps, they will be referred to the Department of Justice, and they're going to risk federal funding. So if these standards that the feds just found for Virginia school districts are applied to Pennsylvania, we have significant numbers of school districts that are in the same set of circumstances right here in the collar counties.
Yes, and you're one of the few voices out there, the Inquirer, with many, many more people than you or I. They ought to be at least telling people what the stakes are, even if they want to attack the Trump administration on this. Are they betting? Are they saying, like Great Valley's mentioned or Wissahickon, hey, our taxpayers will put up with this as long as the threat of money taken away is not that enormous? So, do you have a sense of how much a Great Valley or you write about Wissahickon here, how much money would they be getting that could be taken away?
Right. I mean, for most of the suburban school districts locally, it's not huge amounts of money, a couple $1 million. But you have to remember these school districts have exorbitant budgets. And, Phoenixville School District in Chester County, when all of this started, coming down the pike, they basically said that they don't care about the federal funding. They'll risk losing it just to continue doing what they're doing.
Well, that flies in the face of we're seeing the colleges comply with this. Harvard, I think, is going to strike a deal. They're willing to pay $500 million to get a deal. Right. Is there any other sanction then, if this is not enough to bring them into compliance, Beth Ann? What else can they do?
Right. Well, I think the referral to the Department of Justice, I think that in fact, could leverage different sanctions other than just withholding federal dollars. So I think that's what, if this is going to come down to, is what the Department of Justice is going to do. I also think, Dom, that there's this overriding issue in Pennsylvania with the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission. So as I've talked about on the show before, the PHRC has a regulation that includes gender identity as one of the protected classes. So our own state regulations are in violation of the federal Title IX regulations. So I really think in Pennsylvania, this is going to come down to a battle between the Trump administration and Josh Shapiro about what is Pennsylvania going to do, because really the entire state is out of compliance. some school districts are just choosing to follow what the federal government says, and other school districts are choosing to follow what Pennsylvania regulations say.
When I can, I try to whisper, Beth Ann, to the Trump people off air or even on air when they're on, you guys got to put this on your radar screen, top of the line, because Josh Shapiro has tipped his hand here a bit. I don't think he's going to buckle on this. And I believe in the governor's race, at best, on stuff like this, he'll get dinged up. He might still win. But this is it's a right thing, and it's a winning political issue. We saw that during the presidential race.
Right. Absolutely. No question at all, Dom. And I've really been encouraging parents, and I'll do it right here and now. If you live in a school district that has an unlawful Title IX policy, you need to file a complaint with the Office of Civil Rights at the U.S. Department of Education. It doesn't take long. It's a quick process, but the more complaints the Department of Education gets, the higher that this is going to rise in their priority level. We've already seen they're going after the state of California. They've been hot and heavy after the Ivy League schools. But we need parents here to take the time to file these complaints so that OCR understands that Pennsylvania is really a mess and they need to spend time and energy digging into what's happening here.
Absolutely. The column at Broad and Liberty, where do we find all things Beth Ann Rossica?
Yes, well, you can find me at broadandliberty.com, and I'm also on LinkedIn where I post all of my articles as well. So please check it out, and really, parents, get out there and file those complaints so that we can get this awareness raised. And to your point, Don, you said this earlier, none of the mainstream media news outlets are reporting on this finding of what just happened in Virginia. The Philadelphia Inquirer is silent on it. There's not a single other paper or news outlet in the state of Pennsylvania that I have found that has reported on this. And I think that it's a really big deal that people need to be aware of.
Yep, it is coming our way. What are you writing about next week? Do you know?
Well, actually, I'm working on a couple of different things that I'll leave off the table for right now. But,
come on now. Wait a minute. That's it. All right, we're going to drill down now. I always want to get ahead of the curve here. All right, I'm intrigued. We'll have to wait. Okay.
Yes, you'll wait and see. We are running some interesting pieces on highlights of people running for school board. Related to this issue, school boards are the entity that approves all of these policies. So if your school district has a policy that's in violation of Title IX, you've got to hold your school board directors accountable. We have school board elections this year, and we are featuring school board candidates. So check out Broad and Liberty to learn more about the people running in your school district.
Exactly. And the point is, you can win the presidency. We saw this during COVID, Beth Ann, but these school board members, it doesn't matter. They're going to do what they're going to do.
Exactly, which is why local politics are so very, very important, and you need to know what's happening in your school district, and you need to know what each and every member of your board is voting for and what they're voting against.
Thank you, Beth Ann. Thanks for coming on today.
Thank you, Dom. Yep, you're welcome. Have a great weekend.
Couldn't get it out of her. My God, every day. It's got to be the stuff behind the scenes. We got to break this down. What could it be? All right. 855-839-12. Oh, my God. I'm looking at Joe of Exton's answer today for Sidekick.
Yeah.
And he actually has the full name and the whole thing. He doesn't just say it in vague terms. I'll go to him after the Dom's Money Melody. But that is a good one. And what was Mussolini's attraction? A lot of women, Henry, when Mussolini said he needed gold, 225,000 or thereabouts Italian women sent their wedding rings to him to be melted down. Look at this guy. Mussolini, man, that guy's got it all.
It's the easy answer. Power.
You think it was power?
He's got that something to him, like a little genesis, like
it's a shiny head,
like
too,
Tony Soprano getting all the women in the in the show. Like, how does he
Mm-hmm.
do it? He's not necessarily the best looking guy. It's because he's got that persona. He's got that air around him of power.
They were probably scared for their lives.
That too, maybe.
Maybe that too.
I'm not gonna lie.
I don't want to starve. Send him the ring.
Yeah, exactly. No, but Hitler, there's none of that. Mussolini, though, the ladies' man. Go figure. All right, we'll go to Joe of Exton and his. But right now, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Has all the money gone?
All right, today we're playing for 4 tickets to the Philadelphia Eagles training camp public practice on Sunday, August 10th, 6 p.m. at Lincoln Financial Field. The event will benefit the Eagles Autism Foundation. Henry.
Yeah, Dom, so side question today. We're asking for those all-time sidekicks. I don't know if you noticed today, but I've been playing all duos coming back from our breaks, whether it's been Daft Punk, whether it's been the Black Keys, the White
Daft
Stripes.
Punk. Oh, Daft Punk. I can't get enough of it. Play more, please.
I'm sure.
Let's
you
make
love
it
the
all
Around the
Daft
World.
Punk Day here with Henry. Henry, you still have to, take over, though. The bumpers, that's yours. If you had a theme of, like, my favorite artist or yours.
Oh, yeah.
You could play it. Who do you think my number 1 favorite artist is? I don't know if you could. I don't know.
Oh, no. Yeah, we haven't really talked about music much on this show, have we, besides this segment?
Yeah, exactly.
Man, I don't even know where I'd start with that.
I don't even know what my answer would be.
All right,
Might
good,
be a
good
really,
thing I give a non-committal answer.
Sinatra? I don't know.
Yeah, all right, that's
Daft Punk, though, I got to look
Daft
into this.
Punk.
Yeah, Daft Punk.
Yeah.
Write that one down.
Great, a lot of great songs they have. But anyway,
Go ahead.
so I'm going to bring you a duo right here. A duo that I guess saw each of themselves as the kind of the person that was leading the band and the other one as the sidekick rather than equals to each other in the music-making process. This is a duo that is no longer together because of those said reasons. They saw themselves more as business partners rather as creative partners. They both saw themselves as Batman rather than them both being Robins at the same time. So I'm going to play them covering an Elton John song here. I want to know the name of this duo covering Elton John, covering a very familiar favorite here. What do you think, Dom? Does this beat Elton John's version of Philadelphia Freedom?
It's not bad.
It's not
I
bad
would say
at all.
It's not bad at all. Yeah.
Yeah, not bad at all. So, want the name of this duo covering Philadelphia Freedom.
All right, 855-839-1210. You do that, you are off to see your Philadelphia Eagles. More of your calls next on Talk Radio 1210.
Walter Sterling.
President, vice president, whatever it is. All they have to do in one of their planks of their platform is say, and I will do whatever I have to do in my power to get the tolls taken down. They will win.
Sterling. Every damn night. Sunday through Friday nights at 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Okay, suitcases?
Check.
Snacks?
Double check.
Giant stuffed giraffe?
Buckled in.
Tire check?
Already handled it. United Tire took care of everything. Brand new tires, and they even handled the rebates to save us a bunch of money. We are road trip ready.
Okay, hop in, kids.
From road trips to grocery runs, start your journey with safe tires. Don't drive alone, drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com for a location near you.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/hereforgood.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
From now through August 31st, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. That's right, you could pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to get this great offer. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC company out for a $59 AC tune-up, and the service tech tells you there are 3 other things that need to be fixed that would cost you hundreds, if not more, dollars? That's because these clowns are really salesmen, not service techs. At Marvin Cans, we can't tune up your system for only $59, but we will tune it up for a fair price, and that's all we'll do. If you want an honest HVAC company, then contact us at marvincanze.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text early to 323232. That's early to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177. Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeart Radio app.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, that's right. Let's hear today's clue.
Yeah, Dom, we want this duo that does not like each other.
All right, Ronnie, a female Ronnie in Warminster.
Yeah.
Hi, Ronnie. Afternoon. What's your answer?
I'm going to go, I'll guess Hall & Oates.
There you go. And Henry says I thought they always got along until recently, no?
No, I think for years it was always more of a business transaction. Like, all right, this guy's good at music. I guess I'll saddle up with him for a while. And they just ended up saddling up for 50 years until they're like, I can't take it anymore.
All right, Ronnie, I'll put you on hold. You're off to see your Philadelphia Eagles, the big practice event each year that's bigger than some teams' actual games. For tickets, do I have for tickets here? No. The event will benefit the Eagles Autism Foundation. Okay, side question today. This is so on brand for him. This is a classic moment coming up. All-time sidekicks. I kind of like the French fry there. It was a pretty good answer. But this is Italian. Let's go to Joe in Exton on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Afternoon.
While fulfilling his role as dictator of Italy, Mussolini and his sidekick girlfriend had to endure the wrath of the Italian people as World War II was coming to a conclusion.
I thought you had the name, too. You had the name of the girlfriend there, Joe. That's what impressed me. Clara?
No, I didn't know that.
Oh, okay. Somebody put it in here. Yeah, and what happened to them? They ended up in a gas station line, right?
Well, they were hanged upside down and then shot.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Benito Mussolini's girlfriend is the sidekick.
Behind the scenes here, I have to bring this to light, Andrew.
Yeah.
But Andrew made the comment when Joe brought that call in. He's like, they both died at the end of the war. That's weird.
I had a brain fart. It was not my best moment.
Who came up with the name?
I guess
I did.
Yeah.
So I looked it up.
Anyone did
So
some
Joe
research.
he said Mussolini's girlfriend, and I was like, should I just put Mussolini's girlfriend or should I put it both?
Good. No.
So I did. I didn't know what her name was, but now we know.
I'm very glad you did. Yeah, that was.
But
one
thank
of
you,
the,
Henry. I appreciate the.
Yeah, and I still don't get the whole Mussolini thing too. I mean, it's almost like a cartoon character. And he reigned from 1925. So this wasn't like a short to 1945. That's a remarkable.
That's longer than Hitler did.
Yeah, that's a remarkable period of time. What the heck was wrong in Italy with this guy? And when you're losing to Ethiopia and another power has to come in and help you, not a good signal there. Not something, but somehow or another, it was unbelievable. All right, let's go to Chef Dave. He's in Oak Lane on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Chef Dave.
Hey, Dom, how are you?
Good, Dave.
Well, my answer is Pat Summerall and John Madden.
All right, and who's the sidekick?
Well, you got to put Madden as a sidekick because Summerall did play-by-play,
True, but come on now. It's a pretty strange thing.
Yeah,
I don't think
yeah.
It's Madden is the lead
Summerall,
guy.
Oh, yeah, but Summerall was smart. He let Madden, you know what I mean, run with it.
Sure.
And he did the same thing when he was with Brookshire.
Oh, that's right.
Remember him and Tom Brookshire together?
Absolutely. Yeah, that is good. And I would say that Summerall becomes the sidekick, even though he's the play-by-play guy. John Kruk is not this.
Madden has the bigger cachet, the mystique now.
So I would say Kruk does than the play-by-play for the Phillies. Yeah.
I don't know. I might flip that.
Okay. All right. Usually the play-by-play guy you think is the marquee, but the color guy here.
Everyone loves the color guy because they can just
Right.
say whatever. Yeah.
Exactly. All right. Coming up, Dan told me about this before he went off to Boston, that we have a service that helps, that's incredible, an app with restaurant savings. But we have one that's just come out now, or it's prominent now, that can save you up to 50% on groceries. Think things like back-to-school lunches or just a million things. Flash Foods. We'll give you some of the details on it, and we'll get a winner this half hour on the side question today for the week. You do that at 855-839-1210. Jump in right now.
When my business was taking off, our old phone system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. So Dan and I talking before he took off this week. There's this restaurant app, Too Good to Go, and that's good. It's more limited than what we're talking about, though. This free app, Flash Food. It connects shoppers with groceries at literally 50% off the retail price, including sandwich, meats, snacks, veggies, and all else that's needed for things like back-to-school lunches. Joining us to tell us about Flash Food is Hester Cohn, one of their communications persons there on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Hester, good Friday. Welcome in. How long has Flash Food been out there?
Sure. Well, thanks for having me. Happy Friday to you as well. Flash Food has been around for a few years now, but we're growing really fast and adding new stores and markets every day. So that's why we are excited to chat with you guys.
So tell us, though, how does that work? How are you able to do all that, give that information, clue the consumer into that, and be free? How does that work?
Sure. So Flash Food has an app that's available in your regular app store. And what we do is we partner with grocery stores to allow them to list items that they have in store on the Flash Food app for half off. So this is items that might be in surplus, or it's, the last few grapefruits from the grapefruit delivery, but food that's still perfectly good. And they list that food on the Flash Food app where shoppers can then find stores near them, purchase it on the app, and then come pick it up in store.
Hester Cohn with us. Esther, how about the avocado? See, I have a thing against the avocado since you're here. A little inside joke, because it's this fickle fruit that has to be courted. It has to be just at that right moment. I'm getting at the point here of that's amazing that people can get fresh fruit, vegetables, or anything else through this app and be able to act on this and save that kind of money on a routine basis. So average grocery store trip from Flash Food, how much would be saved?
I mean, you can really cut your grocery bill in half if you're looking at Flash Food. So Flash Food has items posted every single day. So as grocery stores are going through the store and pulling items off the shelf that they used to be just throwing away, they can now list that food on Flash Food where it can be picked up the same day. So avocados are actually a perfect example for that, right? When you buy them regular price in the store, they're sitting around your house waiting to be ripe, but when they're posted to Flash Food, they're perfectly good and ready to go that day.
How do you get started? Again, you said just a general app store. Exactly how easy is this, Esther? What do people do?
Super easy. So yes, download the free app from whatever app store you use on your phone. You'll search for Flash Food on the App Store, download the app. The first thing you'll see when you log in is a map of all the participating stores in your area. And then you can click on that little store icon, and it'll show you all the items they have available at that store that day. And you add them to your cart, purchase in the app, and then head in store to pick it up.
Are we talking supermarket chains? Like, how deep has flash food gone? What kinds of companies are involved?
Yeah, so a variety of different companies, sometimes chains, sometimes real independent grocery stores. That's a real favorite of ours when we bring on a locally beloved independent. And then they'll post items every single day, but it can be a variety of stores. Depends on the market you're in. And we're adding new stores every day, so keep an eye out.
All right, Esther, thank you. Anything else that I'm unaware of here? Give us something else about this that would intrigue people, the reason why people use this.
It's just a great way to get affordable groceries or simply to spend less on your grocery bill, right? If you were planning on making, meatloaf or pasta for dinner, you can log on. The flash food will have ground beef. You can buy that at half price, and then you can head in store, pick up your half price beef, and then grab the pasta while you're there. So it's just a great way to sort of trim your grocery bill, spend less. You can spend that money somewhere else. And it's also a great way to get access to more affordable produce, which we know people love. The number one selling item on our app is what we call our mixed produce box, and it's 10 pounds of fruits and vegetables sold for $5, which is just a great deal. You can make smoothies at better prices. It's a great way to get affordable groceries.
Esther, thank you very much. Hope to talk with you again. Good luck with this. VP of Communications, Hester Cohn, here on Talk Radio 1210. Thanks, Esther.
Thanks for having me.
You are welcome. All right. Thank you, Dan, for that. I always like picking at the avocado, though. Such a good food, such a healthful food, but so difficult to deal with. Okay, you got the side question going on here. By the way, I'd say it's probably going to drop on Wednesday. I mentioned it once today. Dan and I and Henry now involved are in touch with a really big guest. This will be pretty unusual, and it will be quite a back and forth on stuff that we really care about. I'm not saying it'll be antagonistic, but it'll be a good workout. And when you hear this, you're going to, come on, now, that's not true. You're not going to happen. Yeah, it'll happen this week, maybe Wednesday. Okay, 855-839-1210. The big move during the show today, we're seeing a lot of back and forth where now President Trump is moving to fire the head of the jobs numbers, the Bureau of the Labor and Statistics. And look, doing it on this day when the numbers are not so good, at least as projected, of new jobs, is something that's going to be hotly debated. The problem with the Bureau of Labor Statistics, labor stats chief, these things are always politicized. I remember there was some number when Obama was running for re-election. If it's at that, the number of jobs, unemployment, then it would have done anything to not put that number up. And it does seem like Republicans in general, not just Trump, there is always a difficulty with this. So here's the new battlefront, the stats guy. We're seeing I told you yesterday, the Washington Post fact checker is quitting. But you would say, well, the labor stats are the labor stats. Well, have you ever noticed every month, and sometimes it's inordinate, they go back a month later and say, oh, that number was wrong. It's really this. And it's off by a good bit. So it's an arcane process, and you're saying, who cares? Well, the bottom line is, like anything else, this is heavily political. And people like Chris Coons over in Delaware was all over TV today saying this is about the tariffs. Come on. How would the job numbers here be about the tariffs? What's the connection on that? The numbers have been mostly good. Here's the number, one number that the other side doesn't want to talk about. Trump has been very good, and you know this, of American workers increasing versus, quote, foreign-born workers. The Biden years, it was filled up with that. Americans cut out of various jobs. And that number, again, is just a number. Do I know how credible it is? I know they come up with a number, though. So watch for this battle. That and the other battle of the day, ballrooms. The ballroom at the White House. Not a big ballroom guy. I don't know why we need that at the White House, but it's private money that is funding this. It's not taxpayer dollars. They'll break ground on a $200 million ballroom in September. Dan and I have to get back to the White House. All right, 855-839-1210. It's the lightning round next. Be ready to hit us with that all-time sidekick. We'll get the winner today, and then we'll pull for the winner of the week. Remember, 2 weeks from today, we're back at the summer White House. Been talking with Johnny during the show. They're getting ready for us at Mulligan's. And I got a lot of ideas. I don't know if we can top Dom Giordano Day. This is going to be hard. I got several people lined up in the wings ready to make it happen. But the vote on gravy and sauce, I am thinking of doing Reagan versus Trump. Not versus. And I realize Trump is barely into the second term. But these are the two kingpins. Which one, on the whole, do you think belongs ahead in the race of presidential prominence? And we've heard people call in, and some say Reagan, recency bias, Trump. I'm not doing gravy sauce again, though. Not going to go down to bitter defeat. I was shy. I was literally, usually I can call it. And when they came over and said, oh, this isn't good, they're going through like 300 ballots. I think it was 62% sauce. The sauce people were just, buy me another round over there. Well, that's good. It's good for business. All right, so 2 weeks from today, Mulligan's. Mark that down. Going to be a lot of great stuff going on. 855-839-1210.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Strong storms led to widespread flooding and water rescues throughout our area. There's dozens of flight cancellations and delays at PHL Airport. Recreational marijuana sales start today in Delaware. Victims of sexual assault in New Jersey can now track their cases thanks to a new database.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The Mariners head east for a midweek matchup against the Phils Monday, August 18th and Tuesday, August 19th, both at 6:45, and Wednesday, August 20th at 1:05. Snag tickets now at Phillies.com. The Orioles will head north to take on the Phillies for a midweek matchup on Monday, August 4th and Tuesday, August 5th, both at 6:45, and Wednesday, August 6th at 12:35. Snag your tickets now at Phillies.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
It is the lightning round. All right, hit us with that all-time sidekick. Don in Franconia. All right, Don, what's yours?
Mine is red gravy on spaghetti. It goes together. My favorite food.
All right. You think you're going to win with the... Oh, he said gravy. Okay, red gravy. All right, Don.
Is gravy the star, though? I feel like
gravy
it's the
is
star,
the
in my
yes,
eyes. Yeah,
the
not the spaghetti.
Yeah, that's the whole idea. Sauce wouldn't be the star, but gravy is an entity. Sauce is an add-on. It's like a French fry. David in Lexington, South Carolina. Hi, David. But I got to say, you've had a really good week. I don't know if you won or not this week, but let's see.
No, I'll tell you, Don, y'all talk about Mussolini. You know, people don't know this. The reason he died is he kept calling it sauce, and his people took him out.
Well, in Italy, our friends there, we're going back to Sicily, as you know, David, on the big trip in October.
Yep.
That guide said sauce. It wasn't from me. I didn't say I don't want that guy as a guide anymore, but it could happen. I'm just saying. Yes.
Yeah. I'm going to go today with Gilligan.
Okay.
He just, to me, fits the mold. It's a smaller, goofy, bumbling guy. So I'm going to say Gilligan. So 2 times on the island this week.
All right, there you go, David. Charlie in Orland. This is an all-time, and this is back in the day of late-night TV as king. Charlie, who's yours?
I got Johnny Carson, Sidekick, and McMahon.
Yes, a true sidekick. Yeah, and Johnny Carson today would probably have 20 million people watching him a night versus, imagine Johnny Carson with Colbert as the opponent. No way. Thanks, Charlie. All right, Charlie's stunned by his own answer, I think, here. So, Susan in Lafayette Hill, Pennsylvania. Susan, what do you have?
I think Ethel is Lucille Ball's sidekick.
Yes, Ethel Mertz is. And we saw a play in Cape May a few years ago, Roe and I, in which Ethel was embittered and really thought that she was the key thing of what it was like to deal with Lucy. It was believable, too. I don't know. Lucy could be pretty tough. And Desi, according to Bill O'Reilly, was threatened to be killed by the mob.
Oh.
Because of the Untouchables.
Really?
They told him, stop with the Italian Americans and the Untouchables. Make them French or something. Are you kidding me? Come on. Yeah, Desi Lou was threatened. Desi was the guy, and O'Reilly said it was a big mob threat to kill him. Maureen in Wynwood, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Maureen, what do you have today?
I have the winner. Remember Gunsmoke? It's Chester, Matt Dillon's sidekick.
All right. That's, a little while back. Okay. Chester was pretty decent sidekick. Oh, my God. Drew is really going off the reservation. Well, no, he was the Nick Foles of his time. We'll get to him. Bill in Montco. All right, Bill, who's the sidekick?
In Rocky, it would be Mickey. A very unconventional sidekick, but there wouldn't be a Rocky without a Mickey.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the greatest lines from Rocky are Mickey's. Drew in Upper Darby. Drew, what do you have today?
Hey, Dom, thank you so much. You're right. He was Nick Foles long before Nick Foles. However, he was on the verge of retirement, man. Just a broken down quarterback with the Colts, I believe, and then week 5, 1972, when Bob Greasy got hurt, Earl Morrall, he took the Dolphins home all the way to undefeated season, and they became great friends.
Wait a minute. Earl Morrall was the quarterback in the 17-0 team?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm off on that. Okay.
Yes.
And I would predict no team is ever going to go 17-0 or 18-0 or 16-0. You're not going to see it. No. I'd be shocked.
Players are too good. Happens. Everyone's too good now.
And all those guys come out. I don't know how many are still alive, and they have a toast of champagne. Then they go back to say, see, we told you you're not going to do it. Frank in South Philly. Hey, Frank, how you doing today?
Hey, Dom, how we doing? Good afternoon, Dan, whoever's on the station.
Well, thank you, Frank.
Dom,
and thanks for all your help with Calabria and Roe and the big trip. And hope to see you at Mulligan's.
Well, this year, this trip I can't make it. I'm going to tell you why, Dom. Anybody says sauce, we're going to be making on the 15th, 16th, and 17th that weekend. We're going to be making 1,200 pounds of tomatoes and making gravy, no sauce, gravy, all gravy. At 18th and Bigler, anybody wants to come down and learn how to do it, or one of you guys want to come down and film it, that would be my guess.
Okay.
But
all right.
1,200 pounds.
Wow. All right. What's your sidekick today, Frank?
The sidekick used to be Tonto from the Lone Ranger back in the day. And I was going to also, the second one will be Egg McMahon, Johnny Carson. That was the best, the sidekick.
All right. Thank you, Frank. We kind of had those, but we're a little bit low on time here. Henry, what do you say?
Yeah, well, there are only two answers that stuck out to me today.
Okay.
One of them being Drew of Upper Darby, who snuck in at the last second with the Earl Morrill story there.
My goodness.
And then the only other one that I really liked today was Dwayne in Valley Forge, the answer of Teddy Roosevelt. I thought it was a very good story and call to go with it.
All righty. It was a very good call. All right. You had the winner, I think, today with French fries, though. But what do you say, Andrew?
I appreciate that. I like Earl Morrill. I'm a big sports history guy. And then the one that I thought was really good, because I didn't think of it, was Lucille Ball's sidekick, Ethel. That's a classic character from a very classic TV show.
Let's go with Earl Morrill. I thought it was a pretty obscure one, but Drew always knows a lot about it. All right, so Earl Morrill today. Drew goes into the hat. Let's have a review of the week.
Yeah, real quick. So Monday, we asked for something or someone associated with the 80s.
Yes.
Robert and Ben Salem give us the answer of Michael Jackson. Tuesday, we asked for that all-time cop, policeman. Phil in Delaware, one with Tom Selleck of Blue Bloods, not Magnum P.I., Blue Bloods. Wednesday, we asked for that all-time girl next door. Kathy in South Jersey, one with Evangeline Lilly. Yesterday, we asked for the all-time unwritten rule, Earl of Tacony, one with going the speed limit when you're turning right on red and you're merging into a lane. And then you just heard it now, that all-time sidekick, Drew and Upper Derby with Earl Morrill. And let's see here, if we can put all of these into the hat, get a little drum roll going. Ooh, that's another number 3, Kathy in South Jersey. You are this week's winner.
All right, Kathy, and that was for?
That was the girl next door.
Oh, God. Oh, I smell a rat here. Okay. All right. And the word of today is from the great Senator John Kennedy, who said, trust in God, but always tie up your camel. I can't get that out of my head.
No.
I got to get that guy to Politics and Pints. And if it's in the budget, bring a camel.
Yeah, get him to decipher that one.
He's probably trying to sound biblical or something along those lines.
Yeah, so you have won now today a $50 gift card to Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar in Northeast Philadelphia. Visit them online at gallowsandburgerbar.com. And again, say hello to Jim Harvey. Wonderful place. Ro and I frequent a lot, particularly Ro's tip of the day, the seafood salad. All right, great producing this week. We had 3 wonderful producers. Dan a little bit in absentia, but came up with something you'll see next week. The grand plan, if this unfolds, I'm already taken to the mattresses. I have 32 questions lined up for a 10-minute interview. I'm going to have to economize. I'm going to have to cut them down here.
Yeah, you have to.
And I didn't even start my research on this. And it's going to be on Zoom and then transferred to this, the station. Yeah. I even have the suit picked out for this and tie, full regalia. I don't care how hot it is.
You're like the kid on night before the field trip laying out their outfit.
I'm going to have the hair slicked into place even. Extra pump in there. Ro, do the back, spray it a little bit. That's how big this one is. It's not Trump. All right. Have a good weekend, everybody. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. Rich Zioli's next for 4 big hours to take you home, and it is remarkable. Are we going to get rid of the labor statistics guy? Yes, that may be happening today. Have a great weekend. This is Dom Giordano with you noon until 3, Monday through Friday, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text early to 323232. That's early to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC.